Yeah, I'm good.
I'm good.
Okay. Are we? We're live, I think.
Hey.
Hello.
And we've been tweeted.
Hello.
We've been tweeted. That's what makes it official.
Yeah.
How
Hi,
exciting.
folks. Yeah.
Hello.
Really excited to be here tonight. We're playing The Brightest Things We Know by Where Gazelle on twitch.io, or maybe I'm thinking about their Twitter handle. Could be either one of those. No, Briar Sovereign is the author of the game. Yeah, at Where Gazelle on Twitter. I believe that's where I mixed him up there. But yeah, as you guys know, we're playing all weekend in support of Black and Pink, which is an abolitionist group, a prison abolitionist group dedicated to abolishing the criminal punishment system, tongue twister a little bit, and liberating LGBTQIA2S plus people living with HIV and AIDS who are affected by that system through advocacy, support, and organizing. Yeah, I'm Allie, he, they. You can find me at Muddy Hughes on Twitter. Brandon, do you want to introduce yourself?
Yeah, absolutely. My name's Brandon, he, they as well. And I'm on Twitter at Cedar Chromatic, which I got by doing the oh, see, now this is bad radio because I forget the thing that I did to get it, so I'm gonna stop.
It's a good name, though. It's a good.
Grace, please save me.
Hi, my name is Grace, here to save the day. Hello. My pronouns are she, her, and on Twitter I am at Light and Pitch, which I got from Twilight Mirage.
Classic.
Oh yeah.
Sorry, go ahead.
Are we doing Discord order?
Yeah, that's what I was going in.
Oh, swag, yeah. I'm Gumbo. My pronouns are they, them. You can find me on Twitter at Gumbo Fumbo, which I got from the fact that Gumbo Gumbo was taken. You can read my silly little tweets there, or you can read some of the things that I've written, although not really, at redfault.com, for a socialist organization. Just look for the reading roundups, because I just read about the books that I've read.
Oh, cool. Jack, you want to go?
Yeah, totally. Hi, I'm Jack, and you can find me at Jack_Warshaw on Twitter. I have, I think, 3 tweets at this point. So it's very
sure, each of them is a banger.
I think 2
So
of
what
them
you're saying is you're
are.
an established author, right?
Oh, 100%. 100%. 2 of them are retweeting, and retweeting specifically from the Roll Plus Bond Twitter account. So I think I've yet to do an original tweet.
Yeah. I think unfortunately I make too many jokes on my Twitter and all the important stuff gets buried, but it is what it is. Yeah, I think that we've all introduced ourselves. Like I mentioned before, we're playing The Brightest Things We Know. It's a Forged in the Dark styled game where we play as space wizards. For those familiar with games like Destiny or Warframe, it's very heavily inspired by those types of sci-fi games and that kind of thing. Yeah, it leans a lot on Forged in the Dark mechanics with some modifications. I think right at the top here, maybe we should introduce the characters.
Makes sense.
Yeah. Okay, let's go in Discord order again, I guess.
Sure. So I'm playing Featherlight, the unicorn. Each of the playbooks is associated with a constellation. Featherlight is like a light-skinned black woman. Well, non-binary, she, they. And they are, kind of very regal looking, just got a chest armor made of bark and glittering stones. wears a cape, and I don't know. I went a little hard on the weapons, but we'll do that. I'll go into that in play, I think.
Yeah, I'm sure that stuff will come up.
Do
It would be a very
beliefs?
beliefs.
Oh, beliefs
Yeah,
is a
maybe
good, yeah,
maybe
definitely.
Or should we
maybe we
introduce all
go.
characters and then do beliefs?
Yeah, I think we should introduce characters first
Cool.
and then do beliefs. And also, I will say, if weapons don't come up in play, something has gone very either right or wrong. One of those directions.
We'll see.
Yeah, Grace, do you want to introduce your character next?
Yeah. My character is the Shark Playbook. Their name is Pelagie Minor, she, they pronouns. The implication there is that there is a Pelagie Major. We'll meet them, maybe. I don't know. She is kind of unremarkable looking when we open this tale. Wearing kind of like adventurer's gear in some ways, so cargo pockets. This is someone you would look at and think, oh, that's a person who goes out on adventures, but not necessarily like particularly scary person. But the fun thing about Pelagie is that everyone thinks she is terrifying, and she has a reputation for being just the worst person ever to meet in a fight. That's Pelagie.
Love Pelagie. Next
you.
down is Gumbo.
Yeah, I'm playing Dominion Moonsmoke, he, they. If you've ever seen an echinacea flower, where it's like they call it a cone flower, it's got a really big seed head with a lot of stigmas on it, and it looks kind of like a little spiky ball. So imagine that, but all of the stigmas are capped in a small eyeball, and the petals of the coneflower are kind of brushed back like the plumage of a bird or a feathered dinosaur, except they're flower petals. And my demeanor, imagine like a disgruntled union vet, like someone who's been around the block a few times, but with the aesthetics of like a May Queen. Um, and if you go to https://www.metmuseum.org/exhibitions/2021/in-america/exhibition-objects, go all the way to the bottom, you'll find this really cool dress that's got like a fun silhouette. It's like really wide poofy hips and like long sleeves and things, and it's got chevrons on it. It's by Kalina Strada. I don't know how to share links to things.
You could post
But
it in the Roll20 if you wanted to.
oh,
It'll
that's so
go up on.
smart.
Should do
That's so
that.
smart. But this is kind of what I'm wearing, except instead of the brown color, it's like kind of the dress is made out of a coil of chains that look like a sage stalk. So it's like a long stalk, except instead of ending, it just goes forever and ever as a chain, and it's studded along its length with little kind of tubular flowers.
Yeah, we here at the Friends of the Table server love our Met references. So
Yeah.
We love Googling things and reading out the full titles of links.
Exactly. Yeah,
I felt like it was true to form.
it's important. It is definitely important to set the right vibe for the characters. Yeah, let's introduce Jack's character next.
Totally. So my character is named Speak Softly. Um,
Such a good
and
name.
yeah, uses a he them pronouns, and just a little guy, just a very like anxious but also excitable little guy, and kind of talks a little bit like this and a little bit slowly until they get very excited, and then things tend to blend together a little bit more, but always a little bit soft. Um, and they are the compass, which means they also have a little ship with them, which I'll describe when that comes up. But yeah, they're very small. They carry some books and tools on them at all times because they're very crafty. And yeah,
I love that they call it a chariot in the playbook. It's just that much more awesome.
Oh yeah, no, it's very good words.
Yeah. Yeah, so that's our crew going into this. They are playing as stars in case we didn't really cover that. Basically, stars
Yeah.
are similar to guardians in Destiny if you're familiar with it, but they're these immortal sort of space wizards that have certain powers and they help to fight against darkness in the universe. If you're playing Destiny, maybe that's a little bit questionable right now, but for this game, it is true. So yeah, they belong to the Beta Persei cluster, which is their current group name. If we want to go through and talk about the relationships in the group here with our beliefs, maybe that would be a great place to go next.
Mhm.
Sure, Discord order again.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Why fix what's broken, right?
Yeah, let's see. So, we, it's a cool crew. I didn't specifically say before, but Featherlight's whole deal is basically that the playbook that I'm playing has a lot of mechanics around healing and damaging in equal measure. And though we won't get into it, there's some mechanics, some long term like in between mission mechanics about becoming increasingly tired and burnt out. There's another mechanic in this called burnout, but they're just the, uh, focused on helping people as much as possible, and it kind of burns them in the wrong ways. So
Bit of a
going through these,
workaholic, maybe, yeah.
yeah, a little bit of a workaholic, maybe a little self-important about it too. Um, so my belief with Speak Softly is, while Speak Softly is very competent, I worry their fear will overcome them. I will shine bright enough to motivate them. And with Dominion, it's Dominion Moonsmoke has a cool touch, but I hope to warm him up. And with Pelagie, it's Pelagie Minor is a delight, and the world ought to know it. I'll coax her into the light.
Such good beliefs. Love the
Yeah.
wordings on, yeah. Um. Okay. Next down the order is Brandon or Grace. I'm sorry, Brandon just went.
Okay. My belief with Speak Softly is Speak Softly shows promise, but they need to learn how to regulate their energy far away from me. My belief with Dominion is Dominion has something to teach me. He's reluctant to share with me, but I'll find a way to tease their knowledge out of them. And my belief with Featherlight is I have the utmost respect for Featherlight's abilities, but she needs to accept her own limits or I'll lose her.
Yeah, yeah. Those are some good beliefs. I like the Dominion one.
Thank you.
Yeah. Let's go down and go over Gumbo's beliefs.
Yeah, I'm playing the Chained, which is
Dominion.
similarly focused on being unhinged, but with more of an unhinged for brawling than unhinged in a I give myself to save you way. And that said, my beliefs are with Speak Softly. Young Speak is anxious but has great potential. They have kindled a softness in me and deserve my support. Featherlight is lustrous, but I worry that the brightest lights burn the shortest. And Pelagie is a better fighter than me. May they not soon forget it.
Yeah. The Featherlight one I like a lot. The wording with brightest lights burn the shortest is very good with the brightest things we know being the
Very,
name of the
very good.
game.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Just a couple of Titans.
Yeah. Yeah. Jack. Yeah, do you want to go over your beliefs?
No, I don't think I will. No,
I'm good
No.
actually.
Yeah, no,
Or I
I'm
mean
not
secret.
giving them. No, I won't keep them secret. So, Speak Softly's beliefs are I can hide behind Featherlights. Oh, I'll say really quickly also, I am playing the most hinged character, I think, by far.
By far, yes.
I'm
Yeah,
entirely hinged.
yeah. And just
until dot.
until. No, but my whole thing, as I already mentioned, is that I have a ship that I am very good at piloting. And as a result, I'm not as good at other stuff that the others are good at, which means fighting. but I know quite a lot, and I can use machines pretty well. Regardless, though, my beliefs are I can hide behind Featherlight's brightness when needed. Dominion gets a bad rap, but I don't think they're actually that bad. And Pelagie and I complement each other well. I just need to show them that.
Yeah,
Mhm.
those are some good beliefs.
Yeah. That last one,
Uh,
especially as someone who's a little more thinky, and then Pelagie, who I think is a pretty good fighter, I think we could work well together.
yeah, brains
Sure.
and brawn together.
Sure.
Mhm.
Yeah, you can think that.
So y'all probably see this giant spaceship here on the Roll20 here. This is the cluster for our little group of misfit. Misfits probably isn't the right word for everybody here, but it's a good word in general. And they've gone with a design for their ship that's this sort of fractal looking, almost alive design, a little bit neon inspired. I happened to find this here, and I was like, "That's exactly what we're looking for online." So yeah, kudos to Google. But yeah, so you guys are only a fraction of a whole cluster, right? There's a number of playbooks in the book, and the canon thing is that all of them exist within the same cluster. Right now, your group, the Beta Per se, is waiting on a job. And who do you guys think that the leader, that the what would like de facto leader of the group might be here?
Hmm.
It's not me.
I was gonna say, it'd be very funny if it was Speak Softly, actually.
That would be, yeah. Well, honestly, we did say Speak Softly was the most hinged. Not sure how that factors in there.
I feel like Dominion, maybe?
I was also gonna say
Dominion.
Dominion.
Yeah, like a
Yeah.
veteran kind of vibe. Yeah, I
Yeah,
can
was
see
gonna
that.
that
say.
feels right.
I
Yeah.
think it's then Dominion that gets called upon by the witness, which is the witness in this book is not only the name of the GM role, but it's sort of a character that gives you guys your missions and sets you guys out.
Oh boy.
Yeah, so I think what this looks like is the witness isn't on the ship. The witness exists in this sort of in between state, like a metaphysical kind of deal.
Hmm.
Yeah. So I think what this looks like is more like a dream sequence, really, than anything
Oh.
for Dominion. Yeah.
Oh.
Um, you play Destiny, right? Or
Yeah,
I've
I
got like
haven't played it in a couple of years probably, but I've played like I played it since launch at least.
I
yeah,
think
I got
I'm the
like
only one who hasn't played it.
yeah, I'll make sure I'll try not to reference it too much for those that haven't played it, don't want to be, you know. But essentially, it's this sort of liminal space that you get transported to. If you do play Destiny, it's like when, like I forget what the character's name is, but you did the drifter things. It doesn't matter. The point is, it's this liminal like limbo space with like this huge figure who has this swirling ball of energy for a head and doesn't seem to move much, and there's no mouth, so you can't see the mouth move when it speaks. But this figure in this sort of barren, empty space landscape says Dominion.
Yes.
I come bearing another mission for your group.
Go on.
Right. Well, as you know, the other squad is out right now, busy with that whole black hole shenanigans. But there seems to be an invasion taking place not too far from this system.
Hmm. Who is it?
You've dealt with the Ichor Barons before.
Yeah.
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 They don't come up too often, but when they do, well, it's usually a bad sign, especially here. And I think you don't, there's nothing physical, but like you can feel an image in your head. And it's what you would imagine like a typical. It's like a scene of what you would imagine a typical like mall in the 80s would look like. There's a set of shops. It's just this huge mall, and it zooms out, and you can see that it's in. You can see the system it's in, and it's very busy right now. But you can also sense that something has taken hold there. People are acting a little off right now. And I think that image is just beamed into your head more like sort of like a, I don't know, psychic thing.
Feel like watching like CCTV footage, or does it feel like I'm physically there?
No, it's not like astral projection, right? It's
Okay.
yeah, it's more like I don't think there's even like any actual vision stuff like there, but it's like these implied feelings like communicate this to you. It's very abstract, I would say.
Okay.
And I think once this feeling kind of ends, the witness, the mouth still isn't moving, but the head like shifts slightly as if to indicate uh like a new paragraph or a new sentence or something, and says, take your team and go there. Make sure that they don't take anything else. And suddenly you're awake.
Oh. I'm assuming this has happened before, so it's not like jarring to wake up from this
No,
event.
yeah, this
Okay.
is stars particularly have a certain connection to the witness, who is like a very mysterious figure otherwise. But for the stars you would have had this kind of vision before. So you wake up, you're in your pod. It's probably, I don't think it's quite morning yet. It's still kind of early for that even morning. But what do you do?
I feel like Dominion's probably just like, all right, well, this is routine. And heads down to, what do y'all think like the mess hall looks like, or where we would meet in the morning? Probably grabbing a bagel on the way.
Not
Yeah.
that big, right? It's not too large. Imagine like kind of smaller spaces. Very. There's a word I'm looking for here that I can't remember. It's like segmented in different ways. Like things are built up very
Like
very
modular,
space
you mean?
saving. Yes, modular.
Okay.
There we go.
Yeah. I like
And so
modular
we can like
design,
we can like swing a table out of the wall and then push it back in and then swing like different things out of the wall at different times. Does this make any sense?
No, I get, yeah.
Yeah.
And
I'm
it's
just
good.
thinking about those beds that like you fold out of the wall, but it's just like you fold it out of the wall and it's a table that has breakfast on
Yeah,
it
that's
or
the kind
whatever.
of vibe.
Yeah.
I
Oh,
think Pelagie is in whatever this common eating area is, also eating a bagel, half asleep.
Pelagie, you're early.
Mm,
Agreed. What kind of bagel you got there?
I don't know. It's a good one.
That's fair. Where are the others?
Why would I know?
Or the light walks in, drinking a glass of orange juice, just bright as can be. A morning person, irritating.
morning person.
Yeah.
Morning person is here.
That one coworker who comes in drinking coffee and is way too happy. Yeah.
Yeah.
Or worse, tea.
Well, she's got her orange juice, and she says, "You guys okay?"
Oh, it's
As though she does not know that you're not morning people.
It is very early, as you might have noticed.
Dominion like looks at a watch that's not there and says, "Yeah, you never get used to the day-night cycle. Uh,
We're immortal.
and yet,
Yeah, and yeah, what is that supposed to mean?
Uh,
Can't enjoy my rest?
I suppose you can.
Yeah, I think in
think-
particular the
And I
cluster
will.
right now is parked in like a binary sun system where it's just like always really bright out.
so it's like northern hemisphere winter when you're like way too close to the pole.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Or summer.
The ship turns in a certain way that lets light come like sun glaring into the window, and Pelagie gets up and slams the curtains down.
Some architect had a field day designing this thing for the most natural light.
Yeah.
Has anyone seen
think-
Speak?
No.
Not this
What's
one.
Uh,
speed? Oh,
Yeah, I don't know.
I think at this point I just walk in like nose in a book, and I do just bump into Featherlight by accident and fall over.
Oh my gosh.
Oh,
Deke, are you okay?
yes.
Like,
I'm all good. I'm all good.
helps him up.
Yeah. I just dust myself off. I put a book that is entirely too big to just be walking around reading. I just put it into a bag.
What are you reading there?
It's the dictionary.
Oh, just the dictionary.
Well, it's a dictionary.
Of course. Yeah,
Yes,
you're right.
I'm trying to. I'm trying to get a better handle on one of the old Earth dictionaries that we had in the library.
Yeah. You learn any
Yeah.
words?
I've learned two. There was one that I still don't know how you use it, but it's yeet.
Uh, something familiar about that. I don't know.
Yeah, it really itches the back of my head, but I don't know quite why.
Just wait till
Yeah.
you get to the thesaurus.
Oh, I'm very excited to get to the thesaurus. It looks
It's
like
good.
it's very impactful.
All right. Well, now that
I-
you're here, Featherlight,
Oh.
something to say?
No, I think that was Ali actually.
Yeah, I
Oh,
was gonna
see.
say I like the idea of like talking about the books as in like dictionaries and editions. Like, what edition do you have? Oh yeah, I love all the new editions.
Yeah, that
Always
one's got a
changing.
comma. That one's got a comma 2 sentences down that really changes the whole game.
Anyways, I didn't mean to interrupt you. Go on.
Oh, no, I thought you were Featherlight speaking. That's my fault. Love live actual play.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so I think Dominion stands up and probably refills their coffee cup or something, shakes more sleep out of their eyes, and says, all right, now that you're all here, I had another one of those witness dreams last night.
Another one?
So, yeah,
Isn't
you know
Is
what
that the
that
one
means.
where your teeth falls
2
out?
weeks ago?
Nope, that's the Tooth Fairy
Teeth
dream.
falls out?
It's been. Do you still have those dreams?
Just like blushes a little bit and like pulls the edges of his robes like up like around his neck. Like, of course not. Of course,
Oh,
no,
jeez.
no, of course not.
Softly.
Well, anyway, it appears the Ichor Barons have taken a mall of some sort, which is an Earth thing. I've heard of them. People went there and spent lots of resources to get things that were not necessary.
So it's a
And
market.
yes, but like less necessary.
I'm not
And
following.
bright. Very bright.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh, good.
Colorful too.
Probably.
I think you would remember from the vision that the name of this mall is called the Edge of Yesteryear.
a good name.
It's a vibe,
Um,
yeah.
Yeah, it's on the edge of yesteryear, and
What kind of nonsense is that? We can't go to the edge of yesteryear.
that's what if I could let you have the witness dreams, by all means I would, because it's really cryptic, and
We haven't gotten our
frankly,
time travel clearances yet, is what I'm saying. Like,
Yeah.
why do they? How do we go to the edge of yesteryear?
I have to say
And-
that is another word that I do quite like. Yesteryear, not edge. Edge is fine.
And what do the Ichor Barons want with the edge of yesteryear? in
it
this
wasn't clear. They appeared to have taken the form of most of the denizens there, and
model?
I mean, at least it seemed that way. All of the people and people-shaped things that I saw didn't behave the way you would expect a person to behave. And given the Ichor Barons being what they are, that means very few things. So,
We've got to go save them.
yeah, best we suit up. Maybe finish your glass of orange juice, and we'll finish these bagels and knock it out. It'll be real quick. We'll be right back. I have a show tonight I'd like to catch. So,
Yes,
This
sir.
Yeah,
the
this
space
isn't-
operas, yeah.
This isn't like last time when you said it would be really quick and then it totally was not really quick.
no, I want it to be quick. Oscar Wilder is playing tonight, and I want to see it.
Oh, Oscar Wilder is
yeah.
sick.
Can't miss that one.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a very good one. Yeah.
Haven't even seen Oscar Wildest yet.
Oh,
Oh,
we're
don't
not ready
spoil
for
it.
that.
Speak, do you need food?
No,
A drink?
I just reach into a pocket and I just pull out like a like small like dehydrated thing. I'm just also I have to say I'm wearing these like long flowing like robes, and then underneath the top of the robes are just all of these pockets. Um which are just like of varying sizes. And I look like I am selling watches on the street in a 50s movie. Like if I opened up my jacket, you would just see like
Wanna buy a
glinting
sundial?
silver. Do you want to buy some sunglasses? Yeah. So I just like reach into one and I just pull out like I don't know what kind of food we would have in the depths of space, but maybe like some kind of like freeze dried fruit bit, and I just like pop that and I just look satisfied. So I'm good to go.
You freeze dried strawberry slices or something.
Yeah.
Delicious.
What, does anyone
Uh,
want some? I have several.
I'll take
No, I'm
one.
good.
Okay, and I just give Dominion a handful.
Speak. You're so generous.
I try. Thank you.
Thank you, champ.
Just pulls up the robe over his face again, just entirely embarrassed by being a person.
yeah. I mean, I guess everybody is ready to go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think in the same way that this kitchen and stuff is modular, you've got these modular sort of pods on the ship, which allow for transportation for the cluster. It's not quite as small as Speak's chariot. Speak's chariot is more like a personal ship, but this is meant to be a sort of larger transportation ship. So this is what carries the cluster through the different systems and all that to protect what they need to. Yeah, it's the same sort of vibe as the ship, where it's got this sort of fractal kind of design on the outside with the neon. It's not too far away from here, so maybe a system or so over. Lots of great sights along the way. Yeah, and you arrive at the edge of yesteryear.
So
The
the
first
name is the edge of yesteryear.
Yes,
Yeah.
not the location. Sorry if I didn't make that clear
Oh,
before.
that was in character.
Oh.
I knew it. Pelogy didn't.
Okay, I was thinking for a second. Okay.
No, I got it. Pelogy is annoyingly looking at Dominion like, why weren't you clear that it was a name? Why do you have me thinking about time travel?
Look, it's cryptic. I've
Yeah,
been seeing him for too long. Take it up with the witness. I would love to pass off this duty and just do my job silently.
Talk to the manager.
And Pelagie, how
Take it
mad are you
upstairs.
actually about having to think about time travel? That's fun.
I don't want
I
to
have
get
to
involved
agree.
in that. I don't want to try it. I don't want to do it. I don't want to get involved. Things get weird when you get time travel.
I
we
found
have
that
to-
it gives you the opportunity to make charts, and I'm a fan of that personally.
You know, when it happened in Oscar Wilde, it was a little, yeah,
Oh, there's
Yeah,
so
I'm
many good
excited to
charts
see
in
where they
that
take
show.
it in Oscar Wilder.
yeah.
Did we have to actively fly? Like, was someone piloting, or was it kind of like an autopilot situation?
It's someone had to put into where you were going, right? But it's more like an autopilot where along the way the team gets like some time to talk about the mission maybe and what they might be looking for here.
Okay, because I wanted one to get a dad scene of like Dominion either backseat driving, speak softly, or like trying to play I Spy or something with with them.
If you want to if you want to drive this thing, I'm all down for letting you drive this thing.
Oh no, we don't need to go into all that. I just wanted that one thing,
That
and
can
then maybe
happen.
we'd
We don't have to go into the details.
yeah.
That happens.
And I feel like we should talk about. All right, I'm just gonna ask Speak what he knows about malls and the like.
Yeah. Do I have to roll for that, or is that just something that I could maybe say?
I think if you roll no, you can get probably a better idea. Just for people to know, this setting takes place far in the future at a point where the current age is really just to us what would be like the Romans or something very old. There's a lot of knowledge about the past that was like left behind. Which you could roll me a no, and maybe that'll depend on how accurate your response is here.
Okay. And I have 2, which means I roll 2d6, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a Forge in the Dark.
That's a 4 and a 2. So mixed success, I think, right?
Yeah, mixed success. You vaguely know what a mall is. It's a place where people shop. You don't have like all of the knowledge of the different cultural things maybe that happens at malls. But you think you know the gist of it. Yeah. People go there and they shop. It's a sort of like a marketplace.
Yes,
Uh,
it was
you
a
do
cultural center. Oh, you can go, you can go.
Oh, sorry. You do know that they were particularly renowned for their pretzels and hot dogs and different sort of to-go convenience food.
Yeah, so I think I just convey that information to the group, and I probably use a lot of very big words that mean very little. Um, and yeah, I won't give the whole spiel on, oh, this is exactly what kind of thing this mall was and all this. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's also important to note that this particular mall, it's in space. It's not like it was built now. It's meant to be imitating those old malls.
Yeah, quick question on that. Does it look like a mall, like a solid like brick or not brick, but like rectangular kind of building, or is it like a space station looking situation? What's the structure look like?
I think you've gotten to the point where you can see this mall at the edge of yesteryear, like it's within sight, right? It's still
Mhm.
you're not like inside or anything, but
Sure.
it's this sort of like the IS, you know how it's like rounded? Like it's this big halo?
Yeah,
I think the ISS is like a big halo, right?
to an
It
extent.
feels
Something
like
Yeah.
a
like that.
T shape.
It's like a T shape. There's one of those space stations that's like sort of a halo formation. It's that, but there is sort of like, it's like to use a certain creator's game here, it's like a wagon wheel kind of design, where there's this interior sort of room that locks out to these edges that go all around it. Does that make sense? The vibe of it is very loud.
Mhm.
You know, in like any kind of anime or like space-based TV show, when you go to like one of those like space like wormhole stations or whatever, and they've got all the like, I'm particularly thinking Cowboy Bebop, but they've got like all of the advertisements and stuff, and like the floating signs in space and that kind of thing.
Oh,
Mhm.
hell yeah.
Yeah.
It's like that, but when you arrive, you notice that some of these signs are flickering. They still remain on, but it gives it this almost kind of eerie vibe as you approach.
Oh.
Do we see any people so far?
You can see ships coming and going. You're still kind of far away to see people unless you're ready to. I mean, you can imply that if the ships are coming and going, there's probably people in there.
Mhm.
Doesn't exactly look like chaos.
No. It almost looks like things are, other than some of the technical issues, things are just a normal day, maybe a little bit slow.
Hmm.
At least for a ship of this size, you would think.
Okay.
Hey,
But
Dominion, what exactly did you hear was the problem here? 'Cause
Yeah.
it looks very
I,
normal to me.
I was just thinking that, Pelagie. It was not clear. I think we've covered that extensively. But it was more of a, I guess what do you say, a vibe? Um,
A vibe. Very
there was an implicit, there was an implication that the goings on here are sinister somehow that is not apparent.
Hmm.
It, yeah,
And
Very concrete.
you saw
right.
Icar Barons.
I saw people behaving not like people,
Yeah.
which I assumed to be Iker Barons based on, well, I guess a hunch. The witness doesn't. It works in weird ways.
Yeah, you
I
do
guess we're
recall.
shooting up.
Yeah, you do recall that there were people sort of wandering about, not really, sort of aimlessly. Um, I think that's the vibe you got from those people.
Mm. Yeah, the people I saw in this vision were not not actively engaged in what they were doing. They just seemed to be listless and devoid of life in a way that is abnormal for this area.
Smash cut, Pelagie, 2 hours previous, listless and devoid of life.
Uh,
Maybe
Yeah, it seems
we
very abnormal.
go in quiet, uh, see if we notice anything, and just go slow.
Pelagie stops midway through strapping a harpoon to their back.
No, bring the harpoon. Bring. I didn't say unseen, just slow. And find me one of those. What is it? A pretzel? I'd like one of those. On the way
So you're
out.
not coming. You're not coming.
No, I'm coming. But if you see one and I don't, I want a. It's captain's orders. I want a pretzel.
We'll get you a pretzel
I'll be
box.
very sure to keep an eye out for pretzels. Very sure.
Thank you.
yeah, I think you guys are able to approach, you know that following the flow of these ships, you're able to deduce pretty easily that there's a landing bay here. Basically, a parking lot, right, for spaceships. And you get to the landing bay, and you notice there's a lot of action actually in the landing bay. There's people rushing about, actual people. Doesn't seem like they're listless or anything, but yeah, you can see that the group of them appear to be nervous or preparing for something or something along those lines. Do you head on in?
Yeah, I think so. I'm trying to think that I wouldn't really. We're just trying to be nonchalant right now. I think just
That's up to
going
you
in.
guys. So. Okay.
I'm trying to be nonchalant right now.
Same.
Yeah. It's not too hard to get in. I think a couple people notice your ship and they sort of get out of the way so you can land down. You see that there's like clusters of people moving about. And there's a couple people that look like they are giving directions to these people here. I'm saying people a lot. I hope that's not getting too annoying.
Not at all.
What do I roll to kind of like evaluate what's happening without having to talk to someone? That'd be like, no.
I feel.
Assessing
Yeah.
the world around you.
I feel like no might be a little bit. Hold on, let me make sure that I am not missing something myself.
I basically want to do a survey.
Yeah, I think that's maybe a no.
Okay. I think I'm bad at that.
Well, it's
forged in the dark. No one's
I don't have anything.
The brightest things we know are forged in the dark. So
who wants to help me?
I'm happy to help.
And when you help someone, you get a bonus die if you equal to their sympathy, which is your beliefs with them currently. I might be getting those rules wrong, but those were my interpretations. So
that sounds right. Who was helping?
I'm helping.
Okay.
So speak softly.
I think Pelagie is kind of like just paying close attention to people, and maybe trying to listen in on conversations, but trying to be very inconspicuous about it.
How is oh man, who's helping? Is it
Speak softly?
Yeah. Speak softly. How is speak softly helping here?
So I think that I am being more conspicuous to people in our group, but not super conspicuous. Like I'm not being overtly conspicuous outside of it. Yeah, I'm not drawing attention, but I'm just like staring directly at things. Like I'm not being subtle.
Yeah.
I'm just like looking at something for a long time and trying to figure out what is going on there, and then I just move to another thing. So maybe Pelagie's seeing things that might grab my attention and is looking at those with a little bit more attention.
Yeah, and then Pelagie in turn is preventing you from being too conspicuous by staring at things, by like stepping in front of your field of view and being like, oh, that's where you are, and like making you stop staring.
Gotcha. Speak is just sort of like pointing at things, and Pelagie is like, yeah, that thing. Let's not. Yeah.
So that's one die for me.
Yes.
Let's go.
Hey, no minuses though.
Rolled a 5. Okay.
That's a 5. Yeah, that's pretty good.
I'll take it.
Yeah, I think you can pick out a couple things here and there. You pick out that the way that these people are talking sounds much more like aligned with some of the emergency services kind of lingo that you might know, that sort of fast pace of speech. Yeah, and I think you can pick out that among this group as you do this with Speak's help, you can see that there are a number of people that seem to be giving the orders around here. There's a tall-looking fellow with long black hair. He has this sort of trying to think about the right word for it. It's like it's not a suit, but he's got like a tie with these suspenders, and a little pencil tucked behind his ear. I think Speak particularly notices the pencil tucked behind the ear and is like, same hat, you know? And there's a shorter woman with this sort of hard hat on that is talking to another group. And these two people particularly stand out to you as the people that might be in charge here.
Well, I think I'm gonna go ask one of them what's happening.
Yeah, I think you guys hop out. I didn't establish this before, but I wanted to ask you guys. Are you a popular, like, are the stars something that people recognize in this game? Do you want that? Is that, or would you rather have it be like, oh, we just go out and help people and we're not like recognized per se for it?
I think my character would be dead from heart attack if they were a well-known public figure.
Like an actor or something, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, in that case, I think you guys you're coming in here a little bit less conspicuous then.
Is it
And
maybe a mix? Because I know Featherlight's like pretty big on being bold and brash.
Right.
yeah, I
Um,
mean,
Yeah.
I think everyone
I
knows
think
Pelagie. Yeah, I think
yeah,
it differs for different people.
that's what I
Yeah.
was gonna say. Is like on an individual basis, people might know you. They might not
Mhm.
necessarily know you as even the star side. Like they might not super
Mhm.
acknowledge that. I don't know what you guys think about that. That's kind of the vibe I might roll with.
Yeah.
That works, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. In that case, you don't draw a whole lot of attention. I think a couple people point and whisper at some of you. I don't think Featherlight gets any of it, and I don't know if that's good thing or bad thing for Featherlight. Probably pretty convenient for Featherlight.
I think so.
Yeah. And who are you talking to?
are they standing close together or kind of far apart?
There's this sort of barrier at what you would think would be the entrance of the mall. And one is on one side, not like in the mall, but like there's this barrier, and one is on the left and one is on the right, and they're giving directions to different groups of people.
Okay, I'm gonna kind of make like a hand signal to Pelagie and Speak to go talk to the long black hair person. You said one of them would recognize his like pencil and cap thing, right?
Yeah, not recognize, but I think I would said Speak would probably recognize that the pencil and cap as a fellow intellectual.
Okay, yeah. So I'll kind of like signal like maybe y'all go talk to them and Featherlight. Let's go see what's up with
Let's
this
do it.
person here. And I just like walk up calmly. Who's in charge here?
Yeah, so you're walking up to the shorter lady?
Yes.
Yeah, I think you approach, you can see she's got these sort of Chinese looking features. She's got this big glowing like neon green vest on. Not glowing, but like a cross guard would have, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah,
you
like a
know.
high vis.
Yeah, high vis is the right way to word it. And she's
I
got
love a
this
high vis.
hard. Yeah, I love those high vis with the reflective bits on it. Yeah. Um, and you can hear she's talking to people saying, all right, maintenance ducts are currently clogged. We need some people to go over there and get those fixed up. We're having troubles with the reactors, those kinds of things. And she's directing people to go different ways in that sense.
Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna walk up just cold. You. Who's in charge? What's happening?
How well are you known?
Not terribly. I feel like Dominion has probably had a few high-profile incidents, but like prefers not to let that be the defining characteristic because he doesn't want to be known. It's just that, being unhinged occasionally causes things to happen that make you known.
Right.
So I don't know. Not a lot. Tries
If
to
you're
avoid
not
the
going out
spotlight.
of your way to be like famous, I don't think people would like recognize you individually,
Yeah.
That's fair.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know if that's a disappointment or not,
No,
but
that's totally that's fair. That wasn't a disappointed. That's fair. Sorry.
yeah, I think she sort of turns and takes one look up and down at you and says, did you just arrive here?"
Yes, we're here to help. What's happening?
And she sort of like rubs her temple and she's like, "We're supposed to be on lockdown, but I guess they haven't. People are just coming and going." And she seems like a little frustrated. And she
They
says,
did not stop us. You're right.
I bet not. And she looks a little frustrated, takes a little note down, signs something, and says, "Yeah, so what you're here to? I mean, we're undergoing currently a crisis right now.
Yes.
Can't."
Please if I tried to explain to you how we knew that you were undergoing a crisis, you would not. It's best we leave that for after. What is happening?
She kind of raises an eyebrow and then talks and says, "Right. Well, there's been an attack by a race of aliens. We don't get that a lot around here. I mean, we're residential, for Christ's sake." And she sort of like bites her lip and looks back at the door and says, "I sort of do the maintenance on this mall here. I'm sort of like the lead engineer, you might say." Um, Way, and she holds out her hand.
Dominion. Nice to meet you. Wei, could you, being the lead engineer, is anyone inside still?
Oh, we tried to get everybody out, but whatever this thing is, I I don't know. It's it's dangerous in there. I don't know. I don't know which
Apologies, who
things
did
are.
not listen to the briefing and did not go to talk to the other person and instead standing back up behind Dominion. Okay, we've been talking a while, and not to be rude, but I still don't really understand what's going on. Can you
Right.
please just tell
There's
us
an
what's going on so we can get in?
There's an alien. There's some kinds of aliens here. I'm sorry. And looks over, and I don't know. Do you guys have your weapons out? Is it like apparent that you can handle yourselves?
Yeah.
I
Yeah?
do have a harpoon, yes.
You do have a harpoon out.
We've
That's
got a
true.
quiver and a bow.
Yeah. My dress is made of chains.
I think seeing that, something kind of clicks in her head, and she's like, "Oh, you're here for the right."
Yeah.
Yes.
Well,
Now, Wei, we need you. If you can get us access to the system or some way to see what's inside before we go, can you do that?
right, the cameras, right. And
Yes.
she points at one of the people in this cluster that she's been talking to and sort of whistles and makes a thumb motion and says, "We're gonna head off to the control room. It's Well, we can't really head to the control room, but maybe with you guys here we can."
We can get you
As
there. Absolutely.
I think Wei sort of nods at that and says, "All right, if we can get there, then we can have access to the camera system. assuming that they didn't, and sort of like starts to spiral a little bit into like a different thing, and this is never mind. Right. It's a path through the mall. And sort of looks at the guy standing. Is there still somebody looking to talk to the other guy? If not, sort of looks at him and just sort of lets you through this barrier here. I don't know if
I
you
could
guys
have
still.
talked to the other guy, but I'm happy to just go this way too.
Either way works.
Yeah, let's continue.
Yeah, and sort of lets you through the barrier and nods at this other guy and heads through with you with another person. This other person is kind of got these like round glasses and a big key ring. They seem to be some sort of I don't know, IT person. Yeah, and as soon as you guys get through this barrier, you can see that Dominion, like the same idea as when you saw those listless forms in your dream, but the most immediate thing is they are sort of glassy and filled with some sort of liquid, and you guys would obviously know this as the mark of the Ichor Barons. They don't
Ew.
seem immediate. These forms don't seem immediately hostile, just sort of like dredging around, almost like humans normally would do, which is you guys would recall that as strange for something like the Ichor Barons to be mimicking their race pretty well, that they're taking the form of.
Minion,
But sorry.
go ahead, speak.
Oh, I was
Jack.
I was going to continue
Yeah.
unless you guys had something to do.
Yeah, actually, I do have something really quick. This is a add a character question, but would I know what the Ichor Barons are typically about? Like, I know some of the other factions, they all have like their own goals. What is the goal of the Ichor Barons? Like, what are they? Why would they come to a place like this? Would we have an idea?
Yeah, so you guys do a lot of work with the different sort of darkness aligned factions in the systems, right? You know that the Ichor Baron's goal is to take as many powerful shapes as possible, right? They believe they're a collective of these sort of. No one knows whether it's the liquid that gives them life, the liquid inside these shapes, or if it's the glass itself, or some strange combination of the two. But you know that their goal is to sort of become everything in the universe. It's just to spread, right?
Mhm.
Do we know if once people have been taken like this by them, that are they retrievable in any way?
I don't think that you guys have any personal experience with it. Theoretically, yes, it's a reversible procedure, but it would probably take a lot of time to reverse engineer, right?
Mm,
And
Mhm.
in doing so, it would be a very, very big problem from the universe kind of solved,
yeah, totally.
And I want to be clear, like it's not like masses of people, or it's just the odd form sort of wandering about listlessly here. It's not like a crowd. They seem to have done a pretty good job of getting people out, judging by the crowdedness in the landing bay.
I
Mhm.
think
Gotcha.
Dominion strokes his chin, says, "This reminds me of a movie I saw once. Something
Which
Dawn of the Dread. I don't know. It's an old
Was
Earth
it
movie. They had it on in the canteen one day.
Dominion, I
was
didn't
it
realize
Dawn of the
showing
Planet
any
of the
movies.
Apes?
It may have been that. No, because there weren't. Apes are the ones with the snout, right, and the horns.
No, apes are
No.
the common ancestor for humans.
Yes. Forgive me for not knowing that. I am not human.
Says the echinacea flower person.
Yeah.
Dominion,
It's
I didn't
also
realize
worth
how many
noting.
movies you've watched.
What?
I didn't realize that you watched movies so much.
Yes, it's a great way to unwind. Really, I prefer documentaries, like the aforementioned Dawn of the Dread, which is a wonderful piece on.
Oh, that
I'm
was
assuming no.
a documentary. I
I
suppose it could have been.
it's relaxing. And anyway, we have a job to do.
Yeah, you guys are able to navigate this like main section of the mall without much issue. There's a couple things here and there, but they don't seem to pay much mind. When you get closer to where you're going, Wei sort of turns to you guys and says, it doesn't seem like an issue yet. I know, but there's other forms that seem to like be more aggressive. They are the ones that are. And she looks at one of those shapes and says,
Then where are they?
They're
Where are the aggressive forms?
in the walls. I know that sounds
What?
crazy. Yeah, I know that sounds crazy, but they've taken over the maintenance ducts and most of the warehouse and the storage facilities. Yeah, this main section is pretty clear, but still, these things are freaky as hell, and I am not letting my people near those.
So you just need to get them out. Is what you're saying.
Well, I'm working on it. Ideally, I don't know if there's still people in here. We tried to get the most amount of people out of here, but yeah.
Mm.
And you guys are at this sort of nonchalant door, which is notable since this is a mall all about being loud and bright. And it looks like a stairwell. And she motions at you guys to head up, and sort of makes a finger over her lips motion.
I guess we
I put
do.
my hand on my gun and I follow
Yeah.
carefully.
Yeah,
I pull a knife out of one of my pockets.
She nods at you, and then you hear something. It's like this grinding, almost magnetic sort of chalkboard. I don't know if those words mean anything to
Grinding
you.
magnetic chalkboard. Okay.
Yeah. It's like
Like,
two things are rubbing against each other and making something like a chalkboard noise. But it's very quiet. The nails on chalkboard noise. It's this very quiet thing. It seems like it's in the stairwell, but it's not here. It's not presently in front of you. And I think with that, she sort of like closes her eyes and says, if you can clear it out, we can get up to the upper layers and maybe take back control of the control room. That's a good start.
You know what that sound is?
It was the sound that they made, so I presume that they're in there. I wouldn't forget that sound.
Neither.
Yeah, and I assume you guys head into this stairwell?
Yeah, Featherlight.
Yeah.
Shoom.
I'm gonna take out my my big wrench too, so that's fictionally there. Featherlight, are you taking the lead?
Yeah, I'm rushing in, I think.
Always the brightest.
That's me. Yeah, what do I see when I walk into the stairwell?
Yeah, right? You guys are on the bottom level of this stairwell,
Yeah.
essentially. And you can see in the middle, sort of where. You know how in movies you look down the stairwell sometimes and it provides this weird visual effect where it's like this sort of square that keeps going up?
Yeah,
Mhm.
like a weird spiral.
Like a weird fucked up spiral, yeah.
Yeah.
It's right in the middle. You can see coming from the top is this dripping, sort of glossy, blackish fluid.
Mhm.
It's coming from one of the upper floors. You would presume that whatever's making that noise, or whatever things are making that noise, is producing this fluid.
Presumably, I do not want to touch the fluid.
No, it is ill-advised to touch the fluid. Unless you would like to touch the fluid and find out, in which case.
An hour in, and there it is.
Yeah, there it is.
No, at present, I will navigate my way up the stairs without touching the fluid, if possible.
All right. Yeah, it doesn't take too much work. There's some what looks like splatters on the wall, but it doesn't take too much work to navigate around that stuff. How much experience does your squad? I don't want to ask for a roll here because that would feel weird. But how much experience does your squad have with the Ichor Barons? Do you think overall? I mean, you guys are clearly familiar with them.
Some but limited.
Okay.
Yeah,
Well,
that's my vibe too.
Yeah.
we'll come to
Yeah.
those when we.
Likewise.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, likewise on my end.
Okay, we'll come to those when we get to it then. Yeah, and you creep up the stairs. What's your plan? You know that up above you, you can sort of place which floor that that these sounds are coming from is on. Are you planning to go in guns blazing here, or how are you going to clear this out?
I think Pelagie just wants to go in full force, hit with
Yeah.
full force immediately, and get out as quick as possible.
That's exactly where Featherlight is at too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, we can have this discussion in character. Pelagie's just like, okay, these are some fucking drippy things.
Some
I
drippy
think we
things.
can take them. I think we can take them. I think we just get in, get out. Pull the force. Use all the force we can. Get out.
Exactly. And the sooner we deal with this, the sooner we get eyes on the situation, then we'll be able to help everyone else and end this.
Yeah.
We spent a lot of time talking back there, don't you feel like?
We needed intel.
I'm just very quiet and blinking a lot and starting to sweat. Yeah.
Hey, speak.
Yep.
You're gonna be okay.
Mm-hmm.
We're
Well,
gonna,
I mean, technically we are immortal, so that does help the situation slightly.
and we're just gonna burn through them.
Oh, I
Yep.
forgot to. Hold on, let me change you guys over, by the way.
Oh fuck yeah!
What do we got? A
man,
mall?
that
Oh, we
there's
got a mall.
that there's a fucking
Oh.
mall.
Yeah, there's a
That's a
mall.
mall.
Oh man, it's loud. You weren't kidding. It's
Yeah. They did their best to imitate the 80s, but obviously it's the future mall, so there are certain things that are different.
That's
These are the
very
future
good.
ones.
Also, don't mind me here. Just gonna go ahead and leave that there.
Are we thinking like engagement roll time here?
Yeah, I was thinking that we do engagement roles. I meant to do it earlier, but it slipped my mind.
I didn't know this game had engagement roles.
It does.
Yeah,
It
it
does have
does.
engagement rules.
Nice.
Yeah, so engagement rules require everybody in the cluster. Hold on, let me review here and make sure that I'm not screwing this up.
page 31.
Oh,
Yes,
I did
page
read that.
31.
Okay.
Everyone rolls a single d6. We didn't do any rumors because it's a one shot. Yeah. So everyone roll a single d6 for this.
Okay.
love to roll dice.
Oh,
Oh,
that is
God.
no sixes.
Oh
Ooh.
boy.
No, there's
Yikes. No, there's a. Oh no, wait.
That's
That was from
fine.
before. That was from before.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's
Four,
four.
4, 1, 5.
Well, at least there was only one. That's
Yeah.
a good
Oh.
thing.
Coming from
Yeah.
the headstrong kid too. No kidding.
Okay, so do you guys all have your books open to the engagement?
Yes.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Right.
I am nearly there. There we go.
So let's talk about the way you guys are approaching here. Complications. You have, for every 3, 4, 5 result, choose a complication. So this is going to get real nasty here, I think. So we have 3 complications. Which of these here would you guys like to talk about with regards to this? Also, did we cover this? Did we cover prep in session 0? I might have not
We didn't.
remembered to.
No.
Okay.
No.
Everybody comes into the mission with 4 prep. You can spend prep to either revive somebody when you have downtime, bring them out of burnout, or you can spend it for a flashback to have what you need for a certain thing. Very similar to Blaze in the Dark in that way. I'm pretty sure. Yeah.
You make a dramatic and overzealous start. Burning 1 light each seems to make sense narratively.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Because
Yeah.
you are
Based on
going
what
I
in.
we talked
also
about. Yeah.
I also love something unanticipated makes an appearance during the strike. I think that's a very
Yeah.
fun complication.
Yeah.
We need 1 more of those.
Is it just
I-
like special tools because none of us really have like experience with the Icar Barons?
Yeah.
Mm,
That one's good too.
Yeah, that
Hmm.
makes
I
sense.
do like that.
I
Yeah.
think in this case, if you were to take that, it would be special protections against this.
Mhm.
The Icar Barons, like
Mm.
just the dripping and the goop and stuff.
Mhm.
Ooh.
So who wants to spend the prep for that?
I think we
I can
each do,
spend
right?
it. It
Yeah,
just has
everybody's-
someone.
One.
someone.
I-
Okay, so
yeah,
one
one
prep.
prep.
I
That
100%
sounds like
have stuff that I pulled out of my pockets to give to all of you.
Aw.
Like I am definitely I am the person that comes in with the fanny pack that's just filled with things that are somehow usually relevant.
Fruit mom.
Got the Neosporin, I've got the throwing knives,
You got all the watches to sell.
got all the watches. I really these are just burning a hole in my pocket. I gotta sell these watches.
Okay, so we should each mark 1 light right now.
Mark 1
Yeah.
light. Someone marks a prep. I believe that was.
That was
Then
me.
something
Yeah, that
makes
was-
an appearance. And then we
Yes.
also need a dire complication.
Ooh.
Yes.
One dire complication here.
Let's see.
Anybody just wanna be
Take one for the
absolutely wiped
team.
out?
I mean,
Take one for the
I
team.
will totally start it at dark, having gotten killed on the way in. I will totally do that. That fits very well.
It's also really funny if it's me though.
Oh, it is.
Yeah.
after Featherlight was like, "Oh no, you're fine. You'll be fine. Don't worry about it." I just immediately get taken out by an Icar Bear.
Brutal.
Or is it something like you just accidentally slip and fall in a puddle of that
Ugh.
That goop.
or something like that?
Oh,
I think.
God.
I mean, that's hard to make narratively, right? Because I think what that would be is it happens during. I mean, I don't like to say it happens during this next engagement, but it's hard to make narratively the way that we've set it up. Someone die on the way in. You know what I mean? I do like slip in the puddle and fall though. That's funny.
Yeah.
It could be just
also,
a desperate position.
Desperate
That
position
was
could
the
be
one.
good.
That was
Yeah,
the one that I
I like
had in
that
mind
one.
because I think either that or someone gains a blight as like sort of a traumatic experience kind of thing.
I
like
also,
desperate
as a fan of things showing up during things that are not supposed to be there, would love to have something unanticipated makes an appearance during the strike, and something unanticipated but very important makes an appearance during the strike.
That's also good.
Yeah,
Having both is very fun.
that's very funny. Yeah, that implies two separate things too.
Yeah, one of them is
Um,
just unanticipated, and the other is unanticipated but very important.
right.
I think,
Yeah.
yeah, that or Desperate seems like my favorites at least. And then Blight, if someone gets a Blight, we can figure that out.
Mhm. Okay. Do we want to go with unanticipated but very important or desperate position then? Which one do you guys feel is better?
I am voting desperate position.
Yeah, I'm leaning that way also.
All right, let's
I
go
second.
desperate. Let's go desperate position then.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
probably better than having two unanticipated appearances.
And it narratively makes sense with what we're about to do. The
100%. Yeah.
foolhardy thing we're about to do.
Yeah, this particularly the desperate position here is that you guys are in a stairwell, which are not particularly known for their fightability or the space in them, right?
That's always.
It's that's
As we
always.
learned in literally last week's episode of Friends at the Table.
Yes. Difficult to throw a harpoon in a stairwell.
Yeah.
Harpoon can be a stabbing weapon.
That's true.
Verticality is going to be the issue here. I think also with that in mind, this thing is aware that you have entered the stairwell, right? Or these things, whatever's. Are you guys just gonna head straight up for it?
I am.
Yeah.
I think Speak Softly offers me protective gear, and I take it and then throw it away. And just charge it. Don't
Get in the
need
trash.
stupid goggles.
Yeah. Okay, yes. You rush up these stairs, and what you see are a number of things. First off, they are all looking at you. That's very important.
Oh,
Second off, you can see that these are not human shapes, but they're not beast shapes. They seem strangely proportioned, almost like they aren't alive at all, but you know they're alive because the way they move is this sort of pulsating. I'm trying to think about the right reference here, but sort of like a snake would go across the floor. There's these little spikes that come out of them every now and then, and some of these droplets are shooting over down into the lower areas of the stairwell, and you can feel that they're aware you're here. The first thing one of them does is this giant spike comes out and lunges directly at you guys. Who does it lunge at?
At me, bro.
Pelagy.
Okay.
Oh, I thought Pelagy would be in the front.
Yeah,
but-
probably.
I assumed. And this is it's time. Go ahead.
Let's go. It's like a shuffling.
It's like a shuffling. Yeah, not an orb. I don't want to say orb because that has connotations.
How big
but,
is it? Did you say?
It's bigger than a person, but smaller than a bear.
It's going towards me. I raise my harpoon and I want to try and like throw the harpoon through its chest. Oh, I need to do a thing. I need to do a
Okay,
thing.
I should also. Oh yes.
Very important. Pelagy has now entered a mode that I have titled. I need to find my notes.
I should also note there's two of these things. I don't know if I noted that before.
So during the process of running up the stairwell, Pelagy has activated something called the Cephalopodic Embodiment Tactile Umbra Suit, or CETIS for short. So she is now head to toe shifting colors like an octopus. So this is a suit that extends into like a skirt a flowing skirt with flowing sleeves that can be pinned back as well or whipped back, so they don't get in the way. But that it also extends to her skin. And so as they're like moving around, they shift apparent colors and textures to show different like space galaxy scenes, not necessarily camouflage, but could be in certain situations. That's what Pelagie looks like right now. When they raise this electrified harpoon that they have and hurl it through the center of this being.
Yeah,
That
I think to do this, you're gonna have to make a roll, obviously.
makes sense. Yes.
Let's see. Let's get a clash. This is obviously a clash roll here.
Yeah.
Oh, am I good at that? I don't
You
think
got
I.
one in it.
Oh, that's
help.
okay. Okay.
Mhm.
Well, I'm right there. I can
Yeah.
help you. Either way.
Who is helping and how?
I think Featherlight was in front, so it might make more sense for her to help.
Mhm.
Yeah, I mean, probably. Is your harpoon your primary or your?
I-
It's your
I think
second.
Mine's
secondary, right?
Yeah.
secondary. Yeah, it's like my second step.
I think I'd probably unload with my precision combat bow, which is my primary. Just lay down some covering fire, distract it a little bit, so it's less prepared
Hmm.
to
Yeah.
avoid your fucking harpoon.
I do have a big fucking harpoon,
You get a
except
big
it's
fucking
electric.
harpoon.
Yeah.
The BFH, yeah.
Yeah. So I'll roll a clash.
And real quick, is help in this also using light, or am I remembering that incorrectly?
Hold on. I believe help uses sympathy dice.
Oh,
Let
that's
me
right.
make
We were talking
sure.
about that earlier.
Yeah. I'm just gonna stick with help using sympathy dice so we don't slow down the stream too much.
Sure.
Yeah.
Cool.
You also gain sympathy dice over the course of a strike, but I don't know how much we're gonna use that.
Yeah, totally.
Okay. So I will roll 2. I hit the wrong thing. Oops.
Oh, okay.
That's 2 threes.
Yeah,
Well,
that's not great.
No.
I think your tag on your harpoon is piercing and brutal, right?
Oh, also, I didn't really do position or effect.
Oh, yes. I'm sorry.
It's desperate, but then effect is.
Effect of this attack is,
Do they have effect? I know.
yeah, it's a clash roll, so that'll have effect.
I believe it has effect, yeah.
Yeah.
I was more talking about the game.
I think
Yeah.
I'm just playing it like it's Blades, but I don't know all the ways it's different, really.
It says early on something like, unless indicated otherwise, assume that the rules are pulled
Blades.
straight from Blades. Yeah.
Okay.
I think that this is a standard effect.
That makes sense, but I just failed it, so.
Yeah.
Desperate failure.
Yeah, I think, well, first of all, hold on. Oops. I do not use Roll20 that often. Clock ticks. Yeah, I think what happens is you've got this brutal tag. It's hard to use this harpoon, especially in such an enclosed space.
Yeah.
And what would be a good use of the brutal tag here?
My thing I was thinking is that because it's electrified, that doesn't stay
Have as much.
contained on the
Yeah.
harpoon. It shocks me as well.
Yeah, I think that's a fair consequence here. So go down a brightness level, I think.
Okay. Go from radiant to flickering.
You do. Yeah, you do manage to hit this thing. I believe 3 still hits, right?
No, 3's a complete failure.
Oh, it's a complete failure. Yeah, you're
Yeah,
right.
I
I'm
failed
sorry.
that. No,
Yeah.
you're good.
Okay. Yeah, you whiff, unfortunately. It's hard to manage this thing in this sort of tight environment. I think, yeah, does I kind of just made a move there. I don't know. Does anybody else want to take a shot at this or approach the situation?
I think having watched Pelagie with it, Featherlight kind of like panic, well, not panic, but they're like, okay, my little pea shooter isn't gonna do it, and I think she like flexes her fist, and radiance like shoots from her palm, and she's gonna like try and like spew this like hopefully eroding beam of light at this thing.
Awesome. I believe that would be Scour, maybe? No, that's
That is what I was hoping for.
I think in my head, Scour is a bigger scale, but maybe not. I think Scour is actually, because it's in the Divinity tag, and I think that makes more sense with what you're doing. I think Scour works here.
Can I help?
Yes. How do you help?
I am going to use my move Andromeda's Bonds to spend my charge and choose a foe. It may not move or act until it frees itself, either through its own abilities or through a consequence you or someone else suffers. So it'll stay in place regardless of the outcome of this move, probably.
Mhm.
And either improve the positioning or add a die to what Featherlight's about to do.
All right.
And I was gonna push myself, so I think I would take better effect. If
Yes. Spend 2 light if you're going to push yourself, or I can offer basically a devil's bargain, Celestial Pact.
No, I'm delighted to push myself.
Hmm.
Given the positioning, I will wait until later to take
take
celestial packs.
Yeah.
So desperate. What's our
Our effect here. This
yeah.
is. I'm trying to think whether this is great or standard. I think it's probably closer to standard here.
Okay, standard with the the help.
Yes.
Or, okay.
Well, I guess here's the question: is
Yeah.
Andromeda Bonds is a specific ability that you have to spend a charge for, right?
Yeah.
If we want to say that that's not a help action, but an action you take to helping, I think that would make more sense because it's a specific move that you're doing, right? So.
Okay, yeah. Then I'm
Setup
like more
action.
like a setup than a.
Yeah.
Yes, exactly.
Okay.
Which will, I think, improve your positioning
Setup.
here.
Yeah, setup improves position or effect.
Yeah.
I'll take that also.
Okay, yeah. Basically, Dominion has locked this thing down.
Cool.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of what that looks like, but I think it's just my dress is made of chains, right? But then I have some smaller chains that are just kind of like slung across my body, and when I throw them, they like erupt into tassels of light or something that just like secure it to the ground. And the floor is all yours.
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. I think. So baseline, it's desperate limited. Is that right?
No, this improves your positioning, which I think is risky.
Great.
Right.
So
That's
So risky limited.
Yes.
Okay.
There's still a second one of these things, so you got to be aware that that's also there.
Yeah, absolutely. Then I will use my push to improve my if whoa, is that mechanically possible effect? Is that
Yeah.
that
You can
is right?
push yourself to
Yeah.
improve effect, yeah.
Yeah, very good. Okay, so then we'll do risky standard with 1 day.
Awesome.
And that's all right.
Hey, it's a success. At this point, we love to see a success.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, you hit this thing. What weapon you were using? This sort of like ray, right?
Yeah, just kind of like emitting light radiance from my hand.
I think that what happens here is that you melt this sort of glass-like material on the outside of this thing, and you can see it starting to leak a little bit, and it's still locked down, so it doesn't move or anything, but you hear that noise in your head again. You've significantly injured it.
Fantastic.
Yeah. Uh, I think I'm gonna tick up the clock I have going one more time. I don't know if you guys can see this. Maybe I should make it more apparent on the sheet here.
Oh, I see it now.
Yeah. How do I do not know how to use
See
Roll20
it.
super well. It's black and gray, which is not great.
Oh, I see the numbers now.
Yeah.
Yeah. I should have reviewed Roll20 before I did this.
Okay, clocks are kind of hard without
Yeah.
that sort of module. Yeah.
Maybe I can oh well, I wish it was a little bit better, but I do not want to bother with that in the middle of the stream. So, yeah, the clock goes up 1 tick. It's a 2 out of. Oh, it doesn't appear on the stream, does it?
Yeah, I was gonna say maybe move it to the bottom.
Move it down here.
Yeah.
Is it apparent? Yes, there
Yeah.
it goes. Okay.
There we go.
Yeah. The clock is at 2 out of 4. I don't think they strike. You can see that the other one is a little bit further up the stairwell, and it's moving down. It doesn't seem to take note that this other one has been effectively locked in place. It's just heading for you guys. Who wants to go next?
I would love to just fling some throwing knives at it randomly in a way that is probably not going to work well, as I have none in clash.
Buddy, you have none in
Buddy.
clash.
I would
I-
happily help here as well.
I will say throwing knives are probably a limited effect in this case. These things are
Yeah.
made out of a glass-like substance.
That is fair.
Yeah.
I could also I could use my secondary, which seems like a terrible idea here, but I do think it would actually. I think I'd be better at using it, but it seems like a terrible idea. So my secondary is a light launcher, which has dispelling conduit as the tags.
Okay.
So I channel my light into a ball and I push it into a grenade launcher, which it's like a breach grenade launcher, and then I just fire it at something, and it explodes like a grenade. I feel like something this close to us in a stairwell, that is not a smart idea,
Right.
but I would love to try it
We are
out.
in a
Pelagie sees you
desperate situation.
No, I'll narrativize this. Pelagie sees you take out a knife and is like, that's not gonna work. Gotta pull out
And
the
then
big stuff.
Yeah, and then I reach into my robes and I sheepishly pull out a grenade launcher.
Pelagie's like,
Dominion's eyes go
yeah.
large, just like a shock at what is obviously about to happen.
You guys all also start with 1 heavy ammo, by the way, for your heavy gun. Not that I just remembered that when you were talking. So
Yeah,
some of these
I
sheets
think I'll Yeah, I'll wait on my heavy right now because I want to pull out my heavy at a point that's funnier because I like
Sure.
my heavy. You can see what my heavy is.
Yeah, we know.
Yeah.
Um, can I argue here that because the light launcher is conduit, I can maybe use scour with it?
Um,
I guess conduit's supposed to be a negative though, so maybe not.
yeah, it's a negative, but it's also a descriptor, right? There's certain bad
Mhm.
things about the conduit, but it's also a descriptor of the weapon too, right?
Fair. Yeah.
I think if it depends on the effect of this. Is it like an area of effect sort of big explosive thing, or is it very specifically targeted?
My intent is it's like a concussive kind of thing that like injures but mainly also knocks things away from the center of impact. So I guess it's an area at the
I
end of
think
the day.
I think this sounds more like a scour to me than a clash.
Okay. All right. Does anyone want to assist still?
I would love to. Yeah. I don't know if this is just like words of encouragement, like aim here, you can do it, just don't miss.
If you want, I'm probably aiming it too low.
Yeah, I think it's just like Dominion kind of like lifts the barrel up with their hand
Mhm.
and then quickly backs out of the way again because they do not want to be anywhere
Mhm.
near this thing when it goes off.
Fair. All right. Let me roll my. I'm going to use this to get an extra die, so I can roll 2 die.
Okay.
So that's just 2d6. What's the effect?
The effect is, I would say, great. Actually, is this sort of concussive shattering
Okay.
effect.
Let's roll. This is desperate great. Very fun.
Ooh,
Oh, that's a
best
1 and a
way.
2.
Ooh, boy,
Oh
that's not great.
no.
Hey, can we
Oh.
pray to the dice gods real quick because the rolls have not been ideal this
This has
game.
No.
been rough.
Bad.
Uh, I feel bad going hard on this roll, but I
Go
think
hard, go
because
hard.
it's because it's a conduit. You first of all, it costs you a light to use
Okay.
this. You're channeling your own power into it, and it's not maybe not as efficient as you would hope.
Sure.
But second of all, you do the thing. I want to give you this. You do the thing because
Okay.
we can't have a team wipe right at the first encounter here.
Okay.
But what happens is that these glass pieces are these sort of living glass pieces, and when you hit it with this concussive blast, an unexpected consequence is that it shatters directly back at you,
Oh God.
at your squad. And I want you to also mark 1 down lower in your light level.
Can I resist that?
You can resist it. Yeah, I would say that
Okay.
would be probably mortality here.
Mortality.
I think, or duality.
Okay.
No, I think it's closer to mortality.
Okay. I have better duality. All right. So I have just control, so that would be 1d6 to try and resist that.
Yes.
Okay. That's 2.
You do not resist this. What is the downside for failing resist?
I think resist.
You
That's
you
just
take
I take as
light,
much.
mark light.
Right.
Yeah.
You take
It
4.
slips my mind. Yeah.
Oh, I take
Okay.
4.
It's like
Yeah,
deciding
6
to
minus
resist.
your highest roll.
Yeah,
Oh,
deciding
Goodness.
to resist means you
The
you
resistance
resist
still
it,
works.
but yeah.
So you
Yeah.
can't fail
Yeah.
resistance.
You don't lose a
That's
light.
good.
You don't lose any of your light level, but you do lose the light power. Brightness level. I'm sorry.
I am
Brightness
so
versus
close
light.
to.
Lightness,
Yeah.
Yes.
light,
Continue. Sorry.
brightness, light.
I am 3 away from burning out.
Incredible.
Ooh,
Really?
hey, it's not the end of the world if you burn out. That's the point of being
Fair.
immortal space god, space
It is a
wizards.
one
So
shot too.
it
I
is a
think
one shot.
seeing this calamity, Dominion just kind of like sighs and then rushes forward and takes a just striding swing with this big fucking wrench. It's like a space wrench. It's like a pipe wrench. It's definitely a two-hander. and it's got like neon lights in it and like some weird baubles and what's that? What's the model word when it's like
Greebly.
that's it, thank you. Yeah, there's like a bunch of greeblies and stuff on it, just like weird doodads, and it's all studded. And like fixing the plumbing for like God, you know?
Uh,
That's what
Yeah.
this wrench is used for.
proposal for a setup action. I think by now, Trilogy has recovered from being blasted by their own electric harpoon, and would like to try and like pin the glass thing in place.
Okay, the one that's being, I think that the one that that Dominion lockdown is still currently locked down. Are you looking to pin
okay.
the other? The other
Does
one
Dominion
has
go
been.
to the other one, or
Well, I don't know. It's up to you. But the other one is still moving, but it is it a chunk is taken out of it where Speak has launched the conduit grenade launcher thing. What light launcher it was? Yeah.
okay. Which one were you going after, Gumbo?
I'm kind of going for both. Just gonna take like a big sweep.
Okay. I would like to help either way, so
Yeah.
Sure. So you guys are just looking to clean up here.
Yeah, it's like we've dilly dallied, and it's time to just take them out and move on.
Yeah, they're at a point where if you've got something that can hit both of them, you could effectively take them both out.
maybe
All
I
right.
make a sweep in one direction and you make a sweep in the other direction, and we both try to hit both of them in opposite directions.
Yeah,
That
like a
makes
Venn
sense?
diagram of sweeping.
Yes. One of them gets hit by you first and then me, and the other gets hit by me first and then you. It's very coordinated.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Okay, so how are you setting up here? Just through locking one of them down, or what was the plan?
I guess this kind of is a group action if we can do that.
Yeah, I could see that. Group.
We're
I
acting
believe this would be
simultaneously.
a group. Yeah, a group clash, something like that.
Taking more clash.
I have 2 in class.
I have one. I'll push myself here.
Okay. That will be. Do you want to do the bargain, or do you want to do too light?
Actually, I'll take two light. I'm not allowed to do both, right? That's an order.
No.
That's an order. Yeah. I'll just mark two light. For one extra. Then, who's leading this? I think Dominion was leading this, right? So you'll take the stress for failures. Okay.
That makes
So
sense.
how many would I roll?
Do we all want to? Sorry.
No, go ahead.
I was gonna say, do you want all four of us to?
Well, the rules on group actions, if I remember correct, are that everybody who's involved makes a roll. If you guys are also just going in for like the sort of group shot of everybody just cleaning up here,
yeah, whoever wants to get involved.
Yeah, well, I'm here for it. Absolutely.
Quick rally and then just like, all right, let's head to the game kind of thing.
Yeah.
I blew myself up, so I'm good for a second. I'm good out here. Right. I'm good out here.
All right, Featherlight will rally with you folks.
Awesome. Let's go. Let's give us these rolls. We're using the clash action as a group. Yeah.
I'm rolling 2.
I'm rolling 1.
There we go.
Hey, look at that.
There we go.
It doesn't count as a crit. It doesn't count as a crit. It sucks, but it's a 6.
It doesn't count as a crit, but there's 6s. There's 1 3. I believe that the rules are.
Yeah, so Dominion takes 1 stress.
Yeah, or 1 light in this.
1 light. I'm gonna call it stress.
Yeah, it makes sense to call it a stress. Yeah. Okay. How do you guys? I mean, not to be the cliche thing, but how do you guys do this? Well, what does it look like? Just describe like the end of this battle to me.
So I think the swipe Pelagie takes is meant to shatter the glass. So I think that's how my action starts. I shatter part of one of them.
Awesome. Yeah, I think that the one that has been either the one that has already been shattered, I think that probably makes more sense. It's easier to take chunks out of something that's already been broken. I think your strike quickly sort of leaves only the bottom part remaining, and it's not going to do anything with just that part of it, really. As long as you don't touch it. Considering you didn't put your suit on before coming up here. What about? I mean, the other one, I guess. Dominion and I'm blanking here. Who was the other
Featherlight.
person? Yeah, Featherlight are taking it out.
Yeah, I rolled a 3, so mine is probably like, I'm shooting some bows its way,
Mhm.
and whittling it down, but probably not terribly effective until Dominion rolls in and does.
I think you've got it distracted though, to the point
Yeah,
that like I come in and I just land that one like crunch on
Just
like
like a
overhand blow.
combat slide, and just sort of just like, wha-cha.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Nice
and this
sliding
thing,
uppercut.
gotta love that.
gotta
And I
love
think
it.
this thing breaks, and there is silence in the stairwell. Would you guys like to take a quick break here?
That would make sense, yes. And we're halfway.
Yes, considering we're halfway through. So just as a
Yeah.
reminder for everybody, we're streaming with Roll Plus Bond. We're raising money for Black and Pink, which is a prison abolitionist group that's aiming to support LGBTQIA plus people. And and sort of specifically private institutions are ruining America's prison system, working for unfair wages and held in just abhorrent situations. So if you guys could donate, it would be much appreciated. We're looking to raise 1,000. I'm going to read out some of the donations before we head off that we've received. We got one from Fool. I know Fool donated $100. Thanks, Fool. And Bernadetta it cuts off. I can't really. Bernadetta Triage with $20 and says, "Fair's fair." Thanks, Bernadetta. We're going to take a real quick 10-minute break, and we'll be back. Bye.
See you guys in a second.
Bye, everybody.
Bye.
Big thank you to all the people running this show too. It's
Oh my
fantastic.
God.
Yeah. Hello.
We are back.
Hey, we're back to
Hi.
live. We were just talking about how everybody helping to run this thing deserves a big hand of support. So thank you for all the
Thank you.
technical
Yeah,
help
thank you
and
to all the hosts.
yeah.
Who designed the overlay. Looks great.
It's fantastic.
Yeah. Just as a reminder, we are streaming for Black and Pink, which is a prison abolitionist movement dedicated to, abolishing private prisons and providing support for LGBTQIA plus people all across the world. I guess the nation probably more than the world. I should have this written down on a sheet, but yeah. So donate over the weekend. We were talking. There's a particular game tomorrow. There's Beam Saber Rush Wars being run by Austin Ramsey himself. That's going to be a big one to tune into. But we play games throughout the whole week, and none of them aren't bangers. So yeah,
They are all
tune in.
bangers. And you will
They're
enjoy
all
all of them.
bangers all the time.
It's not roll plus bond. It's roll plus banger.
Roll plus bang, yeah. No, I don't like that, actually. I've taken that one back. Yeah, so getting back into things here, the group Beta per se, has just cleared this stairwell after much struggle doing so. We all get a little bit of a rough start sometimes. We're going to see if we can kind of speed run the rest of this, because so far we've taken a little bit longer than I anticipated, but that's fine. Hey, we had a lot of fun along the way. Always do. So you guys have cleared this out. You hear from down at the bottom, Wei has, sort of heard that the shooting and the banging has stopped and sort of calls up like, is it okay?
Yeah.
Sort of, yeah. I think you can even like look down the stairwell and you can see like they're coming up to follow you. Takes them not too long. They get up to you and they say, okay, so right at the top of this stairwell, this is a maintenance corridor. I said it's pretty dangerous in here, but if we kind of don't make too much noise, I think we can get to the control room from here.
Yeah.
Yeah, we gotta do it.
Yeah. I think that she points up a couple floors and you can see an exit that says, it's got like a glowing red neon sign that says maintenance on it. And you can see there's a camera positioned outside the door in this stairwell at one of the platforms here. And she says, that leads directly into the control room. It's huge, by the way. Just be aware.
The big mall.
What's huge?
Well, we host probably about 50,000 people come and go a day. It's big.
How many
not the
pretzels
control
you
room,
make
the
in a
mall.
day?
Pretzels. Oh, we make a ton of pretzels. People come for the pretzels specifically. We have this little stand set up called Grandma Man's, and it's it's a big. In the historical texts, they say that people would visit these as a sort of pilgrimage whenever they would go on a flight. Mind you, it's a intercontinental flight, not a space flight.
Fascinating.
I watched a movie about this.
He is uninterested.
I am incredibly interested.
Pelagie is not seriously injured, but angry. Injured enough to be like, that fight could have
just
gone
a little
better.
bit ticked off. Yeah.
Like kicking themselves.
Yeah, I think it's not too much of a hassle for you guys to get up there. The person with Way has a set of keys that they have, and they sort of actually, I think it's probably more like an ID card that you swipe. It's space. Who uses hard physical stuff anymore? Yeah, and they sort of scan it, and you hear beep, and something unlocks in the door. you guys head right in.
Yeah.
Okay.
So roughly how many screens are in this room?
I want to reference. Do you guys know what a panopticon is?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Let's
Oh,
go.
I'm
It is
my
all red
huge.
Foucault here.
I want to put this in. Yeah, we're all. Yeah, come on. We're all in the know.
I'm surprised this is, I think, the first time a panopticon has come up on stream.
Yeah, woo! We're the first to do it. That's a record. I can't understate how big this mall is, and it's huge, right? It's this sort of, if it was a planet, it would be a small planet, but it's not even a planet. That's a bit too big, but you get what I'm saying. It's big.
Scale of a city.
The scale of a city. That's probably more like what I'm thinking about.
It's a big mall.
It's a big mall. Well, this is. I think
It's
Wei
big.
is actually explaining this to you on your way to this stairwell and says this is a popular tourist attraction, right? People like to learn about ancient human history. And so they visit the mall. You can see when you were coming in, there were a bunch of stores on the way that were there's the food court is Goonies theme, but what if the Goonies was interpreted it entirely wrong? Yeah. Anyways, yeah, you guys are heading into this control room, and it's this sheer just panopticon of just screens and controls. Nobody's in here right now. It's actually empty. You presume that the security on the doors in here and everything has kept it relatively safe from the Ichor Barons. But yeah, you have full access to this whole tech, and I think Wei says, listen, Lyle here is pretty good with computers. I don't know if what you're looking for. I mean, what kind of info are you looking for?
Ma'am, I'm gonna level with you. A divine authority spoke to me in my dream last night and said that we should come here because something is the matter.
Dominion.
Well, I mean, something is the matter.
Yeah, we just kind of listen to their dreams. It's in a hugely organized operation, strictly speaking.
As you may have noticed.
Yes.
While this conversation is happening, I'm just nudging closer and closer to the controls for whatever this is.
Yeah, you can definitely do that. There's it's a little bit overwhelming looking at all these screens, actually. I don't know how technical minded you are.
Well, I have the move encyclopedic. You are intimately
That's
familiar with the
true.
history and design of all kinds of craft, even those completely alien to our solar system. When you try and find a flaw or advantage in a machine, you do so with increased effect. So
Okay.
I like to think that I am the one in the group who's good with machines.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I'm so glad you're here.
Dominion is intimidated by computers.
Yeah.
I'm intimidated by everything but.
Yeah, just hit it until it works, just like that kind of mentality.
Yeah.
Now, of course, Speak Softly is going to be the one to make this roll with the most stress on deck.
Oh,
100%.
sweet baby.
I'm gonna look at this computer, be so excited. I'm just gonna not fail, truly.
Just don't fail. That's all you need to do.
I have
That's why
two in
tabletop
control.
games advice don't fail.
I have two in control, so I would really hope that I don't fail trying to use this.
This is definitely a control roll, so that's
Okay.
definitely a good thing.
Okay, and is this finding an advantage in a machine, like trying to operate this in a way that best suits it to figure out just what is happening in this mall?
It's more like figuring out sort of, I imagine it more like you figure screens where there are movement is probably important, right?
Okay.
And so it's sort of like that method of narrowing down the amount of information you have to deal with before you
Gotcha.
dive into it. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I think that makes sense.
Your control applies here because I think it's like you're figuring out how to use the controls to do this,
Gotcha.
to work with the system.
I think while this
I
is happening, just for a little character thing, Pelagie is doing what can only be described as stalking control room, kind of low to the ground, moving very slowly, looking around.
I
Just an
love
image.
we've got the two big talkers who are like actively trying to figure this out, and then just like two gremlins that are just on entirely opposite ends of the spectrum.
Yeah. I
Uh,
think like meanwhile, like Wei Ning is talking to you guys about like just like the history, almost like getting like lost in a different thing rather than what she was talking about. Um let's see, what's that roll?
that's
That's
really bad.
2 3s. Uh-oh.
Oh,
A lot of
Um
threes.
What was the position and effect of that?
the position is I don't think you're in any danger here. I think that the
Okay.
position, yeah.
Just more like a gather information.
Oh,
Yeah.
For your contact. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't think there's a position or effect really for this. I mean, if it was an effect, it would be standard, I would think. But I don't think there really is for this. The fail on this roll is just that you don't get exactly what you need. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You're able to sort of parse through some of the systems. You think you have a decent control of it, but this is just so much information. It's hard to sort of wrangle it down into something
Hmm. Yeah.
more manageable.
Um, I have a pitch.
Sure.
So Featherlight sees all of these screens, and they're just like, I can't do anything with this. What if I built a construct out of light that was trying to catch the sound that we heard before up in the stairwell?
Could you describe it a little bit more to me?
Like a divining rod of some kind.
To sort of try to mimic the sound you heard?
Or to something sensitive to that sound so that I could figure out whereabouts in the mall they might be.
Like a tuning fork or something.
Yeah.
Oh,
Not a
yeah.
divining rod, but a tuning fork. Exactly right.
Yeah. That
I'm making a pitch for a compel roll, if that's not.
okay. I'm thinking about it. It's hard to do with a screen here, right? If you do that, it's I know I said the effect doesn't really come into play with the last one, but with this one you would have like a limited effect for sure.
Sure.
Can I assist in a way that might help?
Yeah.
So,
And I think sorry, just one more thing. I think
yeah.
if you were to do that, it would be more like divine than compel.
Okay.
Yeah, I was
But
gonna try and I was gonna try and maybe use a little divine on my end to assist in the compel part.
Okay.
Yeah, but if this isn't a compel, then that's fine.
I don't think it's a compel. Compel is more using your magic for healing and that kind of thing, I believe.
Okay.
Healing, yeah, and construct things. It could be argued that this would be a construction, but I think what you're using it for falls closer to divine than compel.
It was a stretch, I'll admit.
Yeah. It's okay.
If
we
you
live
want,
on stretches.
Yeah.
if you want, we could do things in the reverse order that I had maybe thought about. So I could divine, and you could do a compel thing to assist in my divining.
Mm.
Because what I was thinking is I could try and like channel some light to find the screen that the witness would want us to see.
Oh, okay. Sort of. That's a good.
Prayer situation.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And maybe if you make something that's attuned to the witness, that could also kind of direct us.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I'm down for
Yeah,
that.
so it's getting in touch. The goal here is to get more in touch with the witness to feel what is maybe the position, the area you should be looking for.
Mhm.
Okay, I like this. Yeah, let's do this assist roll first. Or I mean, not this assist roll, but this roll
Setup.
with 7. Sorry, what? A setup.
It's
Yeah, I thought
a
you
yeah.
said 7 for some reason. I said 7.
Ah.
How do you roll a 7, anyways?
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So just to be clear, I'm building the thing and then you're using it to divine.
Yeah.
I
Okay.
think that's the plan.
Fantastic. Because I scoured successfully earlier, I take +1d on my next compel roll, which is why I was
Yeah,
thinking
I think if
charge.
you're building the thing and then
Yeah.
they're using using it,
Yeah.
that will be a compel and then a divine.
Perfect. All right, I'm gonna roll 3d6 here.
Oh
Nice.
no.
Yeah.
Oh,
Oh my god.
Okay. I'm
We're
going to
not doing well.
retroactively offer you a not devil's bargain, celestial pact here because
I'll take it.
Okay.
Well, I mean, tell me what it is first.
you will get a mix if
Take it away.
by connecting yourself to the witness, you're basically trying to build something that has that connection to the witness, right?
Right. Yes.
The Ichor Barons are very in tune with sort of energy and like psychic energy and sort of metaphysical stuff. They will know that you're here.
Here in the Panopticon.
Here in the Panopticon,
yeah.
the security
You're gonna
center.
fight them anyway. I say just
Yeah.
go for it.
I agree. I'll take it.
Okay. You get a mixed success here then.
Okay.
Okay. And so with
Sorry, continue.
I was gonna say with the
Do
mixed
we have to
success, how does that affect
roll
my
one more?
roll?
I think it doesn't provide. This thing is a little shaky, and I want to say the mixed success means that this thing is fragile, and after one use, basically, it's going to be gone. You can't reuse this.
Okay. So then I roll divine, just flat.
Yes.
Okay. I'm gonna do something a little risky. I am gonna push myself, unless you have a celestial pact for me.
Well, do you want a celestial pact?
I would be open if I don't celestial pact, I'm gonna push myself, which will leave me with 1 light left.
Yeah. I will say celestial pact also requires you to spend charge.
I don't think I've spent my charge yet.
Okay, yeah, I'm just saying,
Yeah.
Oh, that's good to know.
I'll
mark mine. God.
Oh no, I don't want to count that for yours because I offered it. I guess I mean if you want to, yeah, but if you don't want to, that's fine. I offered it to you, and I didn't announce that beforehand. So
Okay, I'll mark it.
okay.
So does it mark the charge regardless of if I accept, or do I have to accept to spend the charge?
No, you have to accept to spend the charge.
Gotcha. Okay.
I want to say here is that yes, you can use it. And we've already established that the Ichor Barons are aware that you're here. But I think when you use this thing, you connect with aspects of like using this is directly connecting yourself to this energy, right? And that exposes you psychically, not psychically. It's kind of like a psychic connection in a way that you wouldn't anticipate. And I want to say that you have sort of decreased position in your next thing. You feel a little bit out of it.
Okay. Yeah, let's do it.
Okay. That would be how many dice then? That would be
2d6 because the celestial pact, and then I have a single die in divine. Let's hope I get my first success of the session. Or no, I get the mixed success before. Let's hope I get my second success of the session.
Woo!
Let's see.
If you guys have cruel dice on your bingo cards out there, please
man.
mark it off. Okay, no, that's
I got
good.
a bingo on dice cruelty.
Nice.
That's my
okay.
own failure, but
This is a mixed success, so it's not bad. You are able to sort of divine. It's this same feeling that Dominion got, where it's like, it's not vision. You don't see things, but it's implied that there are things to see. Kind of, it's this abstract thing. You get in contact with the witness. There's a moment where it doesn't feel like it connects, as if the witness is focused on other matters or something and isn't presently able to be contacted, but it goes through after a second. And you can see basically the equivalent of twisting halls. I think specifically a word that comes out at you is underbelly.
Mm.
I think it's infected underbelly is the phrase that comes out at you through these implied visions.
That's a really weird name for a kiosk, but I'll trust it.
You're able to divine that from this compelled creation.
Okay. And does that show anything on any of the screens in the Panopticon, or is that just like the images just give me a vision in my head?
Well, I'll say, like, you ran past a couple. You know how malls have those "You Are Here" signs and stuff. You ran past a couple of those on the way here. You think that a name like Infected Underbelly, if it was a kiosk, would have stood out to you. It wasn't there.
Gotcha.
But there is a maintenance area of this mall that you could look at. That's underneath the entire system, right? It's not visible when you're walking through the mall.
Yeah. Maybe Way would know what it is.
Maybe Way would know what it is.
Yeah, Way could probably take us there.
You also have the knowledge now that if you wanted to check down there with the cams, you probably could.
Yeah, let's take a look.
Yeah, I think the first thing that comes out to you is there's this sort of thrumming noise. It's like a pum pum, like a heart. And you can see there's an area which appears to be like some sort of break area. There's some tiles. There's a table, but everything is dripping with this black ooze, which you assume to be ichor, and the ooze is moving and forming shapes, and it's not very loud, but you can still hear that pa-pum, pa-pum.
That's from the cam footage that we saw.
Yeah, there's a couple cams from the underbelly that just straight are not. They're static and they're not showing anything. But you're able to see that things don't look great back down there.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Way, do you know where those cameras are aimed specifically?
I think she was like talking with Liang before, and it's like, and squints at the camera, puts a finger to her chin, and is like, yeah, those are. Hold on, let me refer, and pulls out like a little reference book, and says, yeah, those are. So in the center of the mall, right, there's this big hub. Essentially, it's a place to trade currency. This mall is interstellar. You can imagine that people come in here with who knows what in their pockets. You go in there, you can get money, you can stop. That's not the point. Listen, the point is under there is where we keep the main maintenance, and I think that's what those cameras point at. The maintenance areas, if they're under there.
What's the fastest way you can get us there?
Well, there is one thing, but it's not very safe.
I didn't get the impression that any of this was very safe.
She laughs and then looks at you guys like, yes, but it's more like certain death than safe.
Certain death rather than uncertain death.
Yes.
Well, I think it's a gamble we can take.
Those are the stakes every day.
I'm certainly going to die of boredom if we don't get moving.
I am going to need someone to advocate here for why she should take a bunch of people on a death trip.
Yeah, I can do that.
Yeah.
Or did Featherlight want to do it?
No, go for it.
Okay. Yeah, I think just I kind of try to pull rank here. I'm like, Way,
Listen,
4 strangers walked in and described to you strange visions of someone telling them that there was a problem here, and we have really big weapons. I think we can handle ourselves.
and you can see
You
she's
don't have to come.
Yeah, you can stay. Just point the direction. We will blast a hole and have it solved very quickly. We have a deadline to meet.
she's kind
I
of
have a deadline to meet. I have a thing I have to do.
yeah. I think she's kind of him
Right.
and Han. Could you go ahead and give me that advocate role?
Mm-hmm. So I'm rolling 2 dice here.
I have faith that you guys will
I think I was
roll.
kind of
You've gotten
offering
all the.
help there. So do you want
Oh,
to?
I'm sorry.
Oh, what was the position and effect before I continue?
Standard position. Actually, no. I don't want to. I don't know how to set position. I don't think you really have a position in this here. You're not at risk. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
The
Yeah,
risk
the worst thing
here.
is that she says no.
The worst thing is that she says no. Yeah,
Okay.
exactly. The effect, though, you've made a compelling argument. The effect is great.
Oh, cool. Okay. Well, I'm roll a 5, so
Okay, yeah. She's like, well, there's external sort of on the outside of the mall. We have these routes. We wear special suits, obviously. Vacuum of space, bad for human health generally. But it should help you get over there without having to deal with everything on the way. We only have so many of them. I'm sure it's enough for you guys, but I can't bring my guys in there.
we wouldn't ask you to.
We were totally not asking you to.
She sort of curtly nods and says, all right. Okay. You should be able to get up onto the, just keep heading up, and soon you'll see a duct at the top of the thing. We have airlocks up at the upper floors. They allow us to go to the outside. They're used for maintenance on, external parts. You get out there, you should have a direct path towards the center here without having to worry about every little thing on the way.
We also won't technically need to take the suits. I can take us there.
I would recommend the suits if you're going into space, just because generally the human body disagrees with space.
I am not a human.
Okay. Thank you for correcting me. That is a mistake on my part.
That was in character.
Yeah. No, I know that
You
was in
just get
character.
this a lot.
Yeah, that was in character on my part too.
Yeah, Pelagie
Wait.
looks up like still in full octopus mode. Kind of gives a look that's like, really?
Way, I think we can handle it.
All right. Don't die. I don't want other people gone on my hands.
It won't be on your hands if we do, but we won't.
Right. And she sort of nods and then makes a motion to Lion because he's still standing over at the computers with these keys and is like, "Hey, give these fine folks your keys." And he sort of protests for a second, but quickly hands them over to Dominion. I guess
Thank
keys,
you.
we already established that it's more like a card than keys. But
Card key.
card key. Key card.
Yeah.
I think that's how normal people refer to it. Yeah, so you guys know that if you are able to keep heading up, you can find the air ducts that lead to the outside for maintenance.
Okay.
Or not air
Speak-
ducts, what do they call them in space? Ah. Oh well, you know what I mean.
Uh, Yep.
Like where they, yeah.
Yeah.
Airlock. That's what I'm
Airlock. There it
thinking
is.
of. Yeah.
Well, let's go and get it.
I think you
Yeah.
keep heading up. There's a couple times you pass a floor, and you can see like outside all the concession stands and stuff. There's people walking about those forms. You don't see any of them turned on. There's a Staros. You would know them for their famous pizza. Not great pizza, but it's cheap. And you keep heading up, and yeah, I don't think it's you encounter some things along the way. I'm looking at the time here. I don't think we should have another hour-long fight here. Probably not a great move on our part.
Not the way these rolls are going.
Not the way that these rolls are going. So I think you're able to effectively sort of sneak your way past most of these encounters. The stairwell has opened more up into like an escalator situation through the actual like part of the mall. You hear some like just some music, some like weird calming music that stutters every now and then, which makes it very much not calming. Yeah, and you head up to the top, and there's airlocks there. In contrast to the rest of the mall, these look very utilitarian. There's not like glowing lights on them or anything.
Once we get to the airlocks, I just like snap my fingers, and I think on the other side, my ship will be there.
Yeah. What is your ship? What is your I'm sorry, chariot? What does your chariot look like?
Yeah, so I will pull up my description really quick. So it is this. It's kind of twofold. So there's the main body of it, which is this like oval, kind of like narrow, very like sheet metal, like pushed together in like an old fashioned submarine kind of way of like these plates that have been like pushed in this like kind of big oval. And on the end of that oval, one of them is pointed, and on the other end, there are all these tendrils that are these like metallic, kind of like overlapping shell tendrils that like spiral off. So it almost looks like a jellyfish or a squid.
Yeah.
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 And when it is going up against an airlock, it just splays out the tendrils and wraps around whatever the airlock thing is, and then just you jump in through the back.
That's rad.
Yeah.
No,
Before
this
we
thing
jump
is big enough to fit everybody here,
Mhm.
which is very good.
Yeah.
Before we jump in there, Featherlight just puts their hand on Speak's shoulder and says, "Your chariot is very cool."
I just
Does
thank you very much.
Does-
I'd like to think so as well.
does Speak have a name for their like where the way that people
Oh, yes.
name their cars?
Yeah, so in my brain, this is originally, I don't know if it's based on a I want to pull up the thing again. Yeah, I don't know if it's based on the Many Forgotten or if it's an old repurposed Many Forgotten shell. But I think that like there's some kind of design inspiration here. For those of you who have played Destiny, I'm thinking specifically of like the tendrils on like a harpy or on a gorgon.
Yeah.
That like, yeah, those like kind of like wispy like, and so I think it's the Once Forgotten is the name.
Good name.
Yeah.
That's very good. The Once Forgotten.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the Many Forgotten are sort of robot race in the Brightest Things We Know. It's not super important. The important thing to know is that they've got this kind of aesthetic design, which is really good. So, anyways, yes, the Once Forgotten appears in this airlock. You guys still have to seal it off before you can safely go into space, but that's not too hard. You seal it off, and I mean, I assume everybody hops in the chariot, the Once Forgotten.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It is
Excited.
really narrow. Yeah, it's really narrow, so it's just one row of seats. Like it's 4 seats in a row.
I imagine like an Oscar Mayer Wienermobile sort of style where it's
Yeah.
just this very long. Yeah.
Yeah,
Important
no,
question.
that's entirely the case. Yeah.
Are they faced forward or are they against the wall?
They are faced forward.
Good.
Yeah. And I think there are windows on the sides. So there's like as many windows as there are seats. And then obviously in the front is like a really big window so you can look out and pilot the damn thing, which I'm going to be doing.
Yeah, I don't want to trust anybody else with your chariot. That would be
Yeah, I don't think I would either.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I don't think that actually flying this thing is too dangerous, but you're trying to fly it very specifically, right? Trying not to float too far away from this thing. I don't know. Is the chariot meant for like super stellar? Like, you don't want to go too far away from like a planet or something, right?
I think that it can. I think so. I think it can go pretty much anywhere.
Okay.
I think that the issue is it can't be used for long-term travel because it just can't hold anything. Like as you all get in here, you see like it's very cramped even with just people in it. Like
Yeah,
in order
Pelagie
to
grumbles about that a lot.
Yeah, I think what is it? Dominion, you're tall, right?
Yes.
Yeah, you have to
Sorry, it
probably
took a
hunch.
second.
It's
No, it's all good. You probably have to hunch a little bit.
okay. Just
Pelagie is
like Dominion just hunched
Grumble,
over the
grumble.
controls. Yeah.
It's made for short stacks.
Oh, if only all things were. Yeah, I don't I mean, unless you think that this is rural, from what I know about the chariot, I don't think that that's too much of a problem for it to. I mean, it's mentioned to be fast. It's reliable in space. I don't think it's that much of a problem to get where you want to go. Now,
Sounds good by me.
getting back into the mall where you want to go, that might be an issue.
Mm-hmm.
You approach. I assume you head to where Way talked about the middle of this big sort of wheel with the cog.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you approach. There are a number of things that could accept you, but it quickly becomes apparent that it's effectively locked from the inside. You need some way to open these doors.
The
Either
key card
through
we have doesn't work.
the way it's set up, the key card works for doors when you have the scanner, right? The problem
Okay,
is,
these are locked from the inside. Okay.
yes. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Does.
It usually requires somebody to hit a button and let you in. However, you guys are on the outside, and everybody here is either in the landing bay or being taken by the Ichor Barons. So
We either need to be clever or blow our way
clever or
through.
brute force, yeah.
If we can figure out a way to make this happen, I do have quite a heavy weapon.
Yeah, you do.
I don't definitely
You do?
what I'm thinking about.
I will, if you expend a heavy weapon here to burst these doors open. Sorry.
I was going to do a flashback. I
Oh,
was going
yes,
to
okay.
extend one of my prep to do some kind of flashback to have this on site,
Mhm.
and to retrieve it to blast these doors open.
Okay, what are you retrieving?
The cannon itself. I have a
Oh,
cannon.
okay. I will say it's implied that you just have this with you. If you don't want to spend a prep for that, you don't have to.
See, yes, I have it with me, but I don't understand how that would work because it is a cannon.
You are a
pocket.
space wizard. You can just manifest
Okay,
it.
it lives in a pocket dimension.
Assumably.
Great.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'll expend the heavy weapon then.
Okay.
And I would
Yes.
like to use my cannon to blast a laser cannonball through these doors.
You are, yeah, I will say you're currently in space, but here's the fun thing about your playbook. The
I can
shark may
swim through
freely
space?
swim. Yeah.
Yes, I can do that.
So describe what this looks like to me.
So this cannon, because it's not specifically tethered to anything, I think it has some kind of mechanism that just allows it to anchor in space, just like floating. And am I going to have to roll here? Is this a roll? It
No,
has
you're
to be.
expending heavy ammo. I think that's enough of
Yeah.
a cost.
Yeah, so I think I think what this looks like is, hang on, I need to look at an image of someone operating a cannon. If you have Googling time on your bingo.
Wait, do I? I
I'm
think I
thinking.
do.
I'm thinking of a. Have you seen Thor Ragnarok?
Yes.
Yes, but I wasn't really paying attention. So I don't recall any cannons.
I guess I'm thinking of a moment where Tessa Thompson's character has a cannon, but it's more of a turret than a cannon.
Yeah, but
Good
like
point.
they open like the side of the ship and she's like shooting out of it.
Yeah. I'm about to. Actually, that's canon like. This is canon adjacent for sure. Hold on, I'm
Mhm.
pulling it up for you. When I found a Tumblr post with it, perfect.
Okay, yeah, I remember that. Yeah, so I think what this looks like is I do like open up the side and I insert just like this glowing laser ball thing, like a glowing laser orb cannonball. And then I push a bunch of levers down and like pull back, and I tell
It's this
everyone,
very heavy lever that you have to like.
yeah.
Yeah.
And I do it with effort, but not enormous effort. And then I like flex, and I'm like, yeah, still got it. And then
Guns out, baby.
no, while it's charging up, I flex subtly, in a way that I want everyone to notice, and then it fires a laser cannonball directly into the doors.
Yeah, absolutely. This laser cannonball is this sort of there's hard light technology in this system, and the laser cannonball is both a laser and hard light at the same time. It's this sort of very hot, hyper dense light, and you fire it at this door, and it just blows a hole right through it.
Yep.
Awesome, yeah. And there's definitely an entrance for the once forgotten to squeeze in there. Uh,
Yeah.
I guess what was I gonna say? Oh, I lost my train of thought. Pelagie, you could probably just swim right in if you wanted to.
Oh yeah.
Whim. It's just a
Also,
very visceral image. Sorry, go ahead.
no, you can finish. You can finish.
I was just talking about how visceral the image of swimming through space is.
Yeah, I definitely imagine like an actual shark like moving the back fins in order to sort of push itself. Like especially with this form that I don't know, have you still in that octopus kind of like form?
Yeah, it's more, my form is more octopus-like. I think I do move more like a shark though. So like very
Okay.
deliberate, quick in moments, but like slow and then quick motion.
Right. Yeah, it's very easy for you to get through here, and everybody else follows suit, I presume.
Hmm.
Um, yeah. You have enough air to make it the short trip outside of the airlock. There's a brief moment of panic where a loose trash can full of what seems to be convenience store waste, hard plastic, that kind of thing. They got to do the hard plastic for realism in this ancient historical human mall. Um, yeah, it sort of drifts out, and but there's a moment where you're like, "Oh shit, gotta close the airlock real quick," and you're able to do it fairly easily. Um, Speak. I assume that you snap your fingers and the chariot just disappears.
So I would actually like to, for now, leave it flush against the wall so we don't get sucked out in the vacuum space.
Okay,
Yeah. And the
that's a good
tendrils,
idea.
yeah. And the tendrils are like, so I think it goes in tendrils first and then like grips the inside. So if something runs at us right away, I could just have it flick the tendrils and
Just
just knock
thwap.
Yeah.
Thwap. Yeah, awesome. Um, okay. Yeah, you know that this area particularly is probably going to be a bit denser, judging by if what you saw in the videos. You can assume that they're coming from the center here. Yeah, you're in the center of this place. In contrast to what you saw before, there's no like food places. There's a couple shops here and there selling stuff like cell phone chargers or whatever the space equivalent of that is. I don't know what the space equivalent of a cell phone charger is. A couple exchange booths. There's actually like a stock ticker that you can see. That's still moving. Yeah. There don't seem to be any of those listless forms around here, though. That's of note.
Do we hear anything?
It's this groaning. I don't think you can quite hear the beating that I talked about before, but it's this sort of like metal groaning sound.
Can we figure out what direction it's coming from?
It's coming from all around you.
Oh. I guess
Um,
it did say they're in the walls.
yeah, you know from the video camera that they are beneath in the maintenance for the entire spaceship, right?
Mhm.
You can also hear like in the distance faintly like a little jingle playing for some sort of restaurant or something. But other than that, it's kind of quiet. I do think you might hear some chittering below your feet.
Oh.
Mm.
What do you do?
Oh,
I guess we just go in.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's this sort of moment where it's like the quiet before the storm, right? You feel like
Yeah.
you might have a moment of downtime here. The listless forms aren't above here. You presume that they moved to the outside to take more rather than trying to remain here to take more shapes. But there's definitely something beneath you. And
Would I
you
have my
just
charge back?
I
I rolled a 6 earlier, but we didn't talk about what the position was, so I don't know.
Oh, that's fair.
was it on that group action?
Yeah.
Oh, in that
Um,
case,
We were in a
That would have been desperate then, right?
desperate position, yeah.
no, because you guys moved up into risky with that one roll.
Okay.
Oh,
'Cause that
Like,
should have generated charge, yeah.
it still counts, yeah.
yeah.
Okay. Gnarly.
So you're recharged. What was I gonna say?
We're going in.
You're going in. Here we go. You're looking around. You have to take a moment to sort of navigate this place. This seems like it gets a lot of foot traffic, right? This is where all the help desks and stuff were. But you're able to find what looks to be some sort of maintenance duct nearby. Actually, nearby the Grandma Man's pretzel stand.
Mm.
Dominion.
Mm.
I know.
Yes.
I know there's a lot going on, but pretzels.
Yes. Everyone, stay calm first.
I'm very calm.
Just put a couple in your pockets, and we keep going.
I don't have pockets.
You have that. Okay, well, you put it some in the cannon dimension.
That's nonsense. You're speaking nonsense words right now.
Load them into
Uh,
the cannon and then make them disappear.
Yes.
Dominion is like shoving pretzels into some satchel at their hip as they say this.
It's absolutely
and then, like,
these. Oh, sorry.
making No, just like doing that, but also making the hand signals that like someone leading a squad would be doing to tell them to keep going, like waving hands forward, like go, go, go.
It's absolutely, these pretzels are so greasy and like covered in this fake butter, and it's just
Ooh.
your hands get this very like oily feel to them after just like one pretzel.
I take at least 5.
Yeah, you stuff them in your pockets.
I have so many pockets, and so few of them have nothing in them. But I do try to take like the little. I'm assuming they have the pretzel nubbins,
They
like
have
the
the
little.
nuggets, yeah.
They have the
I
nuggets.
believe they probably
Okay.
call them
Oh
like
my
pretzel
God.
fingers or something like that.
Ew.
I do
Like
love the
chicken
term
fingers, but for
pretzel.
pretzels.
I love the term pretzel nubbin also.
Pretzel nubbin? Yeah,
Pretzel
Nubbin is
nubbin.
nubbin.
good.
Their branding is specifically that they use nubbin with a little apostrophe at the end.
Oh,
But there's also an accent on the U.
Yeah.
Oh, there's an
Nubin.
umlaut on the U.
Nubin.
Yeah. Uh,
Thanks, Grandma.
Grandma, man, you take them and you can just hear like behind like cha-ching, and it's like Grandma Man's pretzel stand.
Featherlight will carry Pelagy's share, so as to avoid the pocket dimension situation.
just give like a subtle thumbs up to Speak and Featherlight for taking so many pretzels for me.
Yeah.
There's like quiet promises of like favors once we get back on the ship, and
I'm just glad to have more than just the freeze dried fruit. I was living off of those for a while.
I didn't even tell us we have other food.
It's
We
just that
offer you other food.
it's not that they were unwilling to go get it. It's just that they were too busy reading books and working on their ship to actively go get it, and it was not something they were thinking about.
You have to take care of your body as well as your brain. Speak.
Listen, I don't know if that's the case because I am made of light.
no, Featherlight is correct in this instance.
In this instance.
I look at you shoving pretzels into your like pockets and mouth, I would imagine.
Yeah, I'm eating at least one, which is a weird thing to see because like I don't know if there's a clear mouth on my head, so
In your
I don't know.
echinacea face.
Yeah,
Is it like a butterfly situation where just like your hands are the closest thing to roots, I'd imagine, right?
Oh God.
oh,
I don't have
Just
body
Absorb
horror
the
on my
nutrients
bingo
through the
card.
roots. Yeah.
yeah, it's just like slowly desiccating these pretzels through my
Oh
hands.
my god. They come out as like
Oh.
like the little hard pretzel nuggets instead of the soft ones.
Ugh.
Destiny is messing up. Destiny needs more flower people, it turns out.
Exactly. Yeah. Get the Guild Wars flower people in Destiny.
Yeah.
Listen, I don't know if you ever got the exotic quest for Dead Man's Tale by any
Oh,
chance.
that's true. Yeah.
But
there is. You're right.
Well, anyways, if everybody is done consuming their sort of greasy ass pretzels. Yeah, there's an air duct nearby. This place requires a massive amount of cooling. It's so much electricity, so many people. There's an air duct nearby that looks big enough to like just walk through, almost like it was a sewer pipe.
Okay, let's go.
Yeah.
Yeah, it takes some. I assume somebody has something to pry this open with, or at least just punch it open. I'm just gonna. There's not really a consequence if you just keep trying here, so I think I'm just gonna assume that you can. These are some twisting. You hear like echoing through these pipes. You can hear those noises, these grinding, scraping, chittering kind of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Every now and then you come across a patch of what looks like this ichor from the ichor barons. I don't know that you guys know exactly where you're going here. Do you just follow the noise, or
Is Is it like a network
Yes.
of ducts? Yeah. Follow the
There's a couple times you come across like the big, stereotypical big fan at end event. You love
Right.
that vibe.
Metal Gear Solid. What's up? So as we progress, I would like to erect like a barrier as we're moving forward.
Sure.
Of some kind. Something I like. This one of my weapons is also kind of like an arm, a van brace, which is a word I learned today.
That's like the shoulder pad thing, right?
It's for a forearm specifically. I like because I didn't want the gun to have like fingers for like a gauntlet normally does. So I wanted like a brace of some kind.
Okay.
Anyway, so maybe I could have this barrier kind of like come out of that, and I'm kind of leading us as we move through these.
Yeah, you're providing cover for the rest of the group.
Right. Yeah. Exactly.
Okay, I think that puts you in the first to be attacked position, but other than that, I don't think it's a roll just to be able, unless you want to specifically set up for whatever might happen in the future. I don't think that's a roll.
Okay.
I think, yeah, you guys are sort of making your way through these vents. What's the approach you're taking here? Is it sort of following the noise, trial and error?
Probably, right?
Yeah. I think Dominion started out like deliberate and then has just gotten more impatient as time has gone on.
Yeah.
And
I
it's just
think
like,
Telegy started impatient.
oh, good.
Once you punch a hole through a wall with a laser cannon, yeah, you're already
Yeah.
And are there vibrations alongside the noise, like when we're closer to it, to whatever the source is? Does it seem to?
I think you start to hear that pum,
Yeah.
pum, as you get further along in these pipes. At one point, there seems to be like a synchronized loud groan from not the groaning you heard from the ship, but more of an alien noise. Picture I have a soundboard and I do a loud groan noise here.
Is it like further down the pipe if we continued, or would it be?
It's coming from outside the pipe.
Punch the pipe and try to make a hole in it.
Yeah. Well, first I wanted to say like it's not coming from above you guys. I just want to make that clear. It's not coming from where you just came from. It's definitely from like an area that the pipe is in, but maybe not. In. I don't think that makes sense.
I try and punch a hole in the pipe.
Yeah. This actually, I think that you have to roll for this.
Yeah. It's probably.
I think this.
I
would make an argument for scour.
Yeah, no, I was also looking at that. I think I punch, and in doing that, use my radiance to also melt around the punch.
Yeah, just sort of trying to bust a hole out here.
Yeah.
All right, give me a roll. I think that this is a risky position. It's not necessarily desperate. It's risky position, great effect.
Cool. I'll push myself. Why not? Make that 3. Remind me to mark light after I roll this.
All right. I can mark it if you want me to.
Okay, that's a 5, but that's fine.
5 works. 5 is good. If only this was Apocalypse or something, you guys would be doing pretty good, but yeah. 5. That's a success.
Success at a cost.
Yeah, you are able to do the thing. You can feel yourself with all your weight behind it. You punch a hole in this, and it just pops open. You see there's an empty room in front of you. You get the sense that the ducts you were walking through were merely one duct in a larger room. You know what I mean?
Weird.
And there's this. It seems to be like some sort of warehouse, maybe, or a bunch of boxes are in here. And there's a number of like forklifts and stuff, future forklifts. Yeah, but more importantly, immediately as soon as you punch your way out, you notice that this room is filled with those, not with monsters, but with those listless forms, just sort of packed in here like sardines.
Oh.
It puts you off guard a little bit. These things are not very, like, you've dealt with the Ichor Barons before, but what's concerning
Mhm.
about these are that they don't seem to have any particular goal in mind, or they're just wandering about, right?
What happens when we get
Mhm.
close to him?
You can hear them sort of moaning.
That's it?
Do
Like
they
they don't.
react at
You
all?
they no they're they don't try to attack, but they all try to like reach out. I don't know how to word this in a way that doesn't sound like they're attacking, but it's sort of like, I know there's a reference in my head for an image here that I'm trying to pull, but it's basically this group sort of reaches out towards you, and then as soon as you pass by them, they stop reaching out and continue just walking listlessly.
Like
Huh.
when you played tag
They're
when you were younger and you got stuck in one spot and you
exact
could only tag people while standing in place.
exactly, but these people are bad at tag. I think this obviously isn't an immediately dangerous situation, but you know as a cluster that these things all used to be people, right?
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah.
So you have to handle this with some degree of tactfulness, I think, is the problem. It like occurs to you that if these things aren't hurting people and they're not actively going out of their way to do so, maybe it's possible that it can be cured, right?
Yeah.
They're
Mhm.
not actively hostile. Um,
So
Pelagie pokes one with the harpoon. Just to
with
see.
with the sharp end?
No.
Okay.
it
Blunt end.
The form is immediately knocked off balance. It catches itself. It's not like it falls on the floor and shatters. That'd be devastating, traumatizing. But no,
Didn't do it that
it
hard.
it falls on the floor, but immediately starts picking itself back up, dragging itself to its feet, and it's doing
So
that moan.
so at this point is our concern trying to figure out what's going on with these folks or
Yes,
making
I
it
want.
yeah.
I am presenting here either a way for you to get these people out, or possibly I want to hold my cards open here since we are running low on time. Uh, this can be a way to determine exactly maybe what's going on here.
Mhm.
Yeah. This
If we
doesn't
need to
feel
get
like a
them,
Pelagie situation.
Mhm. If we need
And
to get
if
them out, worst comes to worst, we could blow a hole in the side of the wall and
suck them
figure
into
it out with the ship.
yeah. Here's a question. Can Speak like remote control the ship?
Um, Not. I mean, rules is written. It doesn't say
Well, I
I
don't want to
can or
do you want
can't.
Speak to do this?
I think it's cool if he can, but I
Mm.
think it's difficult to. Like I think it's just as difficult as it would be being in the ship, and I can't even see from the front of the ship. So I
Yeah,
think he can, but he prefers not to.
I think you can. It's risky, and also while you're doing this, you obviously can't just summon it,
Yeah,
because it's
because
off
then the
doing this
people
other thing.
inside, yeah,
Yeah, you
and then
they just
yeah,
start floating into space. Not great.
it's a
Um,
good last ditch option if we need it.
yeah. And you guys don't necessarily have to do anything with these. I just think it's good for seeing what's ahead of you. Maybe.
I would like to try something at least.
Okay.
I think I would like to in the way that we tried to reach out to the witness earlier,
Hmm.
I think that Featherlight would like to hug one of these
Oh.
Creatures, and
That's a decision.
and try and use her light to affect whatever has affected them.
Okay. First
Try and-
off, the question:
Helen
are
G
you
is
wearing?
going to try and stop you.
I assume Featherlight is wearing their protective suit, seeing as they were handing them out earlier.
Yes.
Or wait, what are Featherlight's pronouns? Am I getting it wrong?
She, they.
She,
Yeah.
they. Okay, I just wanted to make sure. Yeah. So I assume that she's wearing these, one of these suits. Yeah, I don't think that contact is super dangerous. I mean,
Depending on
yeah,
the
it does.
right?
Yeah. All right. This is strange. Let me figure out what might be here. I would advocate for compel.
Yeah.
What exactly are you trying? Could you explain, like, just exactly?
Yeah. So I guess Featherlight's thought is there's this ichor that we keep seeing around, this dripping, dropping stuff, which seems to have covered and possibly moved into these people. And so their thought is to use the light to push it off of them.
Okay.
And like maybe the proximity will like
Maybe.
effective, you know?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I agree. I think that this is more effective. It goes from limited effect to, what's the word for standard effect? I don't think. I think you are in a risky position, because you are in the middle of a mission, right?
Yeah.
This is something unknown that you're doing, and you're not exactly sure. It's not desperate, but it is risky. Go ahead and give me a compel roll.
Well, I'm gonna push myself. So I'll do 3d6. Just see. Hey.
Oh. Hey.
Woo!
There's a 6.
We're in the good rolls arc now.
Yeah. Last
I
40
think-
minutes, let's go.
Yeah.
I'm warming it up.
We're speed running this. Okay. Yeah, you see that this glowing light sort of, you get the sense that it works. It genuinely works, because you get the sense that this glowing light is sort of permeating them, and all this ichor that covers them evaporates. Their body still has this glossy shine, but you can see the human features. These there's something wrong still here, but what was corrupting them, you think that maybe that's gone. And you also get the sense that you aren't able to do this for everybody here with what light you have right now, but maybe if you can take them out of this situation, you can figure out a better solution for them later. I think specifically what occurs to you is some of these forms don't work like this, and you know that inherently because they weren't taken as recently, right? Maybe it's like very quickly into this process it can be converted, but you get the sense that some of these forms are older and this won't work on everything. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Whoops, now we have a person to worry about.
I like specifically they are like coming to, like kind of. They're more aware than these other forms, but it's not like just a dude, like, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, and if Speak is trying to get them out of here, maybe that'll. I mean, I will say that'll work if you want to just have your chariot keep ferrying people.
How many are there?
Altogether, probably about 20.
Oh, I thought there were more.
Yeah, I mean, I think there are a significant like number, probably more than 20. That's probably a bit of a low ball. I'd probably say somewhere in the 70 range even. This is a big room, right? And I think they're all sort of clustered in here. But that doesn't necessarily mean that there's like hundreds in here or whatever. This is a big ship. This is only one room. Yeah. But it's
anyone
definitely like doable, you know.
Is there a mirror nearby?
A mirror. Oh, there's
Yeah.
something. There's like puddles of non-ichor that do sort of give off a reflective surface. But are you looking for? What are you looking for a mirror
I want
for?
something reflective.
Yeah, there's like a puddle of just dripping water from one of the vents nearby.
Okay. What if all of us shone our light? What if we spread out the water so that it was surrounding all of the people who have been transformed? And then we shone our light into the water to reflect it. Like multiply the amount of light each of us had to hopefully cure, so to speak, as many people as possible.
Love it.
I
Would that
will.
even work? Or do we have to directly contact them?
I think theoretically yes, but here's the problem: is even if you do that, you're gonna need an immense amount of light, and you guys aren't exactly in a great position. Like right now, you've had some pretty rough rolls over it. Um, it's something that you could do with some more time for sure. But between, you know, you also get the source that there's the sense that there's a source that you should probably get rid of before you start curing people because um, it could just be keeping up pace with you or something. Does that make
Okay.
sense?
Yeah.
I don't want to say you can't do it. You can attempt it. I'm just saying it might be a pretty high cost.
Yeah.
There's something else here.
Yeah,
Like
you actually, I should point this out
Yeah.
now. You can hear that pum, pum, further down. It seems to be a couple rooms over.
I want to go investigate that noise.
Okay, alone?
I'll come.
I make an announcement.
All right. Does anybody here like hang behind just to get a like what's the deal? Are you guys?
I will hang behind. I was thinking about hanging behind it anyway, just to be like, to defend this area should anyone or anything come by.
Mm-hmm.
So I'll hang back as kind of like
Yeah.
backup
All
to
right.
this.
Yeah. I think that it's not much of an issue. You head into the next room and you actually see what you saw on the cameras earlier. There's some of those forms lying about. None of them seem to be the hostile kind, but you can hear bum. It's this is a break room, but that thrumming is still you can hear it behind this wooden door on the other side of this break room. Sort of imagine it in like a line. You had that storage area, the break room, and then whatever's behind this door next. It sounds a lot to you like the beating of almost a human heart.
I think the minion thinks about it for a second and then just busts down the door.
Okay, let me switch the scene here.
Oh,
Uh-oh.
Oh boy.
very fun.
Oh.
Oh yeah.
Oh, that's
So-
something. I know what this is.
Oh.
So at the center of this big I think this is probably like a it's not a maintenance room. It's not a storage warehouse, but it's like this big platform. It's like a power area. That's got this big circle area on the floor. And you can see lights going up and down the center. Some of them are coming from some sort of electrical power. Some of them are flickering with ichor and this sort of this dark energy. And there are a number of hostile figures around the room. There's 4 sort of dragon-shaped figures, and at the center is this large, round, spherical orb that's pulsating and making these the thump, the thump.
I am going to miss Oscar Wilder. And I think think Dominion just goes ahead and. God, do I want to do the whole divide and conquer thing, or just go for the big boy?
The
I'm gonna
ones
go.
surrounding them are definitely approaching very quickly.
Okay. Speak. What were you gonna do?
I'm gonna go for the big boy out of fear.
Oh, no,
Just a
Speak.
reaction.
I believe we have a pressing issue here, and those are the ones pressing in on us.
Okay. I would like to pull out my heavy weapon.
As would I.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
These
So-
shapes that are chasing you are dragon shaped almost, but you can recognize that one of them you almost recall as a mascot of one of the things in the mall. You have no idea how that got here, but it
Yeah.
it looks like I'm trying to think about who the. Do you remember the Toy Story? What is a giraffe, right? The Toy Story
No, Toys R
giraffe.
Us draft. Yeah,
One of them has that kind of form looking thing, and you're like,
his name
man,
was
that's weird.
Jeffrey.
Jeffrey, that's right. Jeffrey got fired 2 years ago, unfortunately. Rest in peace.
Yo, Jeffrey is terrifying.
Yeah. Imagine if Jeffrey was taken, right? Now that's what you're fighting.
I don't like this.
No, but most of them are these sort of dragon-esque shapes. There's 4 here, and then the big guy. These are much bigger than the ones you saw before, and obviously the orb at the center is. I mean, it's very large. You can presume that it's the cause, whatever corruption happened here.
So we're fighting a bunch of taken Jeffrey the giraffes
Yeah.
and a big fuck you orb.
Yeah, exactly.
I think Pelagie becomes impatient, and after talking to themselves for a little bit, decides her skills would be better suited to following after everyone.
I think you can hear when they
Yeah.
open that
Yeah.
door.
Probably
It's
hear someone
very
scream.
yeah.
I 100% yelp also.
Yeah, I'm attuned to the yelping of Speak Softly. I'm like, speak.
Mhm.
I
Psychically
want to
attuned.
see. I want to see Speak. I think Dominion is trying to encourage Speak to take initiative here
Mhm.
because I want to see their big stick.
Yeah,
What,
so
you
that
know.
is my
exactly.
heavy weapon. That is my
Speak
heavy weapon is
softly
a
carries
big
a big
stick.
stick. Yeah.
Yep,
Yes,
I do
me
carry a
too.
big stick. Out of my robes, I pull out what is, it kind of looks like, it's roughly the diameter of like one of those big jars of tomatoes. Like this, and like it is like maybe the length of like a decent chair leg. And then Speak just drops to a knee and just puts it over his shoulder. And is anyone here familiar with the power pole?
With what?
The
With
power
what?
pole, Dragon Ball. It's
Oh.
a
Oh,
stick.
Dragon
Yeah,
Ball.
it's
Yeah.
it's a stick
Yeah.
that extends. Um, and so like a bazooka or like a rocket launcher just on his shoulder, just like it knocks him off his feet as this wooden like staff that's like very thick just like extends incredibly far and hits the big pulsing thing hypothetically. um
Hypothetically,
hypothetically, what would that be a clash? That sounds like a
that would
clash.
absolutely be a clash. You've got a big
Okay,
stick. That sounds like a clash to me.
I'm to push myself if that's all right.
Yeah, this is great effect. You're using your heavy weapon here. You're going straight for the orb.
Straight for the orb.
Risky position then.
Okay.
Actually, I would say even desperate position here for things that you aren't strictly aware of.
Okay. um And then I can push myself or accept a celestial pact. Okay, and I use my
Yes, you can't do both of those.
okay. I think that's all I can do. So I can get one die.
Yeah.
Let's
Wait, do you
roll.
bonds and stuff, don't you?
Oh, yeah.
Um,
Does Dominion want to help me over here?
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm gonna knock myself off my feet if I shoot this on my own.
Am I just standing behind you and like bracing you?
Yeah, in that case, take an extra D as you get help. I think it's just basically holding you and making sure that you can. I mean, you're not particularly known for your upper body strength, I would say.
Yeah.
Uh,
Yeah.
this is your like ultimate move, so
Yeah.
you're definitely able to pull it off. Anyways, yeah, so it's that kind of help.
This is so sweet.
That's a 4.
Hell yeah! Okay, this works. You hit it, and you hear this, and the heart sort of beats faster for a second. This big, I've been calling it the heart of Icar. It sort of beats faster for a second, and you can see that some blood spills, but immediately your ears are filled with this just unbearable pounding. I would like you to lower. I don't know, what is your current brightness at? Radiant. Yeah, I think you immediately go into flickering. And also, I am ticking up. Oh man, the text is going to be black on black here.
You could I think you can change the text color, right?
Yeah,
Yeah, I don't know how to do that. Oh, I found it.
Yeah.
Good old row 20.
Good old roll 20. It's been a while. We're going up to 3 of 4, and you you lose 1 heart. You get the sense that you even could have probably done a little bit more damage, but there's something that's just like regenerating in this. It takes a beating. It takes a real good beating, but actually, let me do a clock for the heart too. It takes a real good beating, but you don't feel like it's, doing that a bunch is going to move it too far.
I would like to mop up these cursed Jeffrey the giraffes before the rest of the cluster arrives. That way we can kind of focus.
Yeah. You get the sense that these enemies. Hold on. Let me make sure that I get the right keyword for them.
Keywords.
Keywords.
Of a keyword.
Yeah.
Oh, is
These
it the majors?
these are elites. Boss would
Oh.
be the heart, but these would be elite enemies.
So they're like one step above grunts.
Yeah, Jeffrey the giraffe is an elite target in this mall.
They prefer saying Healy.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
But yeah, you get the sense that these guys are magically protected somehow, which,
No.
there are certain weapons that are able to dispel, one might say that.
Oh, not my weapons.
Nah, you're well,
You
your
wanna
heavy
borrow one of
weapons
mine?
should be able to if you're using a heavy.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna go. We're nearing the end of this stream, although Dominion doesn't think in terms of that. But Dominion's just like I have a show to catch.
The witness
And
directly
so
beams into your mind, like, hurry up, the stream's almost over.
yeah, like what? God, stop being so cryptic. No, I'm gonna use my heavy weapon. So the dress that I mentioned at the top of this, that looks like it's made out of sage stalks, uncoils from around Dominion's body and becomes 2 chains that are like hundreds of feet long. And I don't know if anyone's ever, like underneath is just like a plain bodysuit. Um, and I don't know if anyone's ever been to a gym where like you're doing the rope thing and you like slap the ropes up and down for like a workout.
Yeah.
But it's kind of like that, except they're chains made of like sage stalks and just whips them back and forth through this crowd of people. And I will either take a pact or push myself, but I would be open to what the pact is.
The pact would be that this mystery clock that I've set up goes up to 4.
But
I would also love to help.
Yeah, so that's my offer. You can do this, get an extra die, but this mystery clock that I have goes up to 4.
I will take the help, and I'm curious about the clock.
So that's a yes or a no?
Yes. I think.
Yes, and.
Yes, and. Um, what do you want me to like? Do you want me to describe what happens, or?
I guess I'll roll first. What is my position and effect here? Just so I have in mind.
Your position is risky. Your effect is great.
Okay. And I'm
You
getting
have to
help
decide
from
before you roll.
what's that?
For the pact, you have to decide before you roll.
Yeah.
Okay, I want to take the pact.
Okay. So then
Yeah,
it
I
won't.
meant yes and is and I'm taking the pact and I was gonna
Okay.
accept
I thought you
help.
meant like yes and in like an improv sense, and I was like,
No,
I don't
sorry.
know where to go
Yes,
with
I want
this.
to accept the outcome of this celestial pact and I'm accepting help from Speak Softly,
Okay,
which puts me
great.
up
Yeah,
to a
this clock.
4d6.
Yeah, this clock will happen after you do your thing.
Okay. Wow. That could have gone better.
Oh, hey,
Well,
that's
I
still a
mean, there's
five.
a
That's a
5. Yeah,
five.
there's a
That's a
5.
five.
It's still a five.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay,
Okay.
there's a 5 in there. Yeah, you are able to just swing about. There's 4 of these things. I don't know if you're able to hit all of them. They're kind of grouped up, but you're able to take chunks out of a large. You swing them around, and you can like take the leg off of one. Uh, sort of chunk into the breastplate. I guess Jeffrey the giraffe doesn't have a breastplate. I'm trying to think about what the
You
word for that
could
is.
if you wanted to.
He could, yeah, medieval Jeffrey the giraffe. Um, yeah, and you
Well,
sort of take a chunk out of the, and you're able to do a considerable amount of damage in a large area to these things. I don't think you're able to get all of them. There's ones that's sort of lingering back a little bit, still approaching. But 3 of these guys are taking considerable damage. Um, as a consequence, though, I think I think that the one that's sort of still crawling up on you gets a surprise shot as you're focused on whipping your chains around. And I really want you to lose a brightness level.
Yeah, so instead of brightness, I will mark off binding.
Yeah. Um yeah.
And
That's
I
the
think
special thing of the chained, yeah.
yeah,
Chain.
there's probably like so many chains that stay coiled around my body, and I think one of them breaks as I lose a binding, or like
Mhm.
otherwise just kind of like goes dim.
Yeah. Um okay. What was I gonna say? Ba-ba-ba-ba. Okay, yeah. My clock happens now, I believe. What you see is that this orb sort of pulses again, and the tendrils start to reach out, and they're quicker than you would think for Ichor Barons. You know the Ichor Barons as largely fairly slow moving. They take big shapes, so it's kind of hard to be large and dexterous. But these tendrils of glass-like ichor filled like tentacles basically wrap out, and they hold up, I need to remember who it is. Speak was the one that was trying to attack the heart, and
Yep.
they wrap out and they sort of grab hold of Speak, and it doesn't feel great. Speak, you feel like you're being essentially converted
Oh,
very
uh,
rapidly.
I only have one light left. I'm trying to think if this is worth it to resist.
That's what I was gonna say is you could resist. Yeah.
Can I do the thing where I resist force speak? And
I
I take the
believe
stress instead? Is that not in this game? I have
there's
no idea.
teamwork for protect a teammate. I'm not sure if that. Yeah, basically, it's the same as Blades in the Dark, where it's
Same as
like
Blades? Okay.
yeah, you face a consequence that your teammates would otherwise face. You resist as normal. What
Yeah,
does
then
this look like?
I'll um can you describe Speak's consequence one more time so I can figure out how to
These
interrupt it?
tendrils are reaching out from the heart and rapidly sort of converting Speak's shape into an Ichor Baron.
Oh, that's bad.
That's bad.
Well, I want to, right before the tendrils reach speak, I want to pull them out of the way and offer myself instead.
Sort of like, get down, Mr. President.
I mean, I'm much larger and much stronger. I'm the one who can take the tendrils, obviously, and then I'll resist that.
All right, resist that for me.
What am I resisting with?
That would be. This is a good question that I should have thought of earlier. I think divinity.
Okay, I can do that. I just rolled a 6, so I don't take
Hey,
any
look at that.
life
Yeah.
from that.
You feel that this alien manifestation is sort of pressing in at your very will, at your very being. And you can feel it's trying to take you from the inside out and sort of make you another shape in its collection. But you're able to push those thoughts away, and you lift your arms up and you break one of these tentacles in half.
Yeah.
It shatters to the floor.
Yeah, I do.
One time.
Thank God for dice rolls that are going well this time around.
That
You just had to warm up.
That
Yeah.
entire sequence is set to What's Up, Danger?
What's up,
Good.
Danger?
Very,
Yeah.
very good.
I don't want to get us copyright striked by singing it, but
But singing even a little bit counts for bingo.
yeah. It does count for bingo. But yeah, you get the sense that it does this. It's something it can do again, but it's a general an expensive amount of this Icar energy to try and attempt this again. You don't think that it can do it twice in one fight.
I would like to now activate my move Undertow. You
God,
may
in the
spend your
Undertow.
charge to unleash your light fully, barraging your foes with abyssal power. While rampaging, all your action rolls are reckless. Your rampage stops when you next go dark.
Yep.
I'm
So
going to
reckless. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, I'm going to spend my charge, and then everything will be reckless until I go dark.
Yeah, you're currently flickering, so just
Yeah.
be aware.
Yeah, I can resist that. That'll be
You
fine.
can resist that. Yeah. The other thing I will mention is that reckless means that you get -1d to resist rolls.
Resistances. Yep.
Okay, just making sure you know that. And for the viewers at home.
Very aware. I get +1d on my action rolls and -1 on my resistance.
Exactly.
Just won't fail. I simply will not fail.
Just don't fail. The dice, you already got all the bad rolls out of your system. There's no way it can happen. Yeah. Okay. You do that. Is there anything you want to do with this?
Can I expend 2 of my heavy weapon ammo at once?
You should only have 1 heavy ammo weapon.
I thought you get 3.
No, you can have a max of 3, but you only start as...
Oh, so I used it. Okay. I want to launch harpoon at the big heart.
Yeah, you get the sense that it's... Oh, at the big heart. Okay, yes, I think you can do that. It's got this glowing center, almost like an eyeball.
Yeah, I want to... So the harpoon is electrified. I want to allow it to charge up. It crackles, and I have it over my head, and then I plunge it into the eyeball.
Are you shooting it, or are you, like, reaching up and stabbing it in?
Probably stabbing.
Stab, stab.
Yeah, get that stab off.
Stabbing.
Yeah. Go ahead and give me a clash roll, then.
Sounds about right. I get +1d on that already. 2 is not bad. Okay, I'll take it. Anyone want to help? Yeah.
It could help. I can get up in its face too with my secondary. So my secondary is a hand cannon, but it is kind of like inside of a brace around my forearm, and so it kind of I don't know. It's kind of like I punch a thing and then also pull a trigger and shoot.
Yeah.
Big fuck off hand cannon. And so Yeah, I'll do that like simultaneously as you're in there.
I would ask that you read off the description because you did really good, but we're running out of time, unfortunately.
Yeah,
so.
no, that's totally fine.
Okay, so I'll roll 3d6.
Yeah, that's perfect.
All fours? Okay. Sure.
That at least it's not all threes. It could have been worse.
True,
It could have been
true.
worse. Yeah. The thing is, you guys still haven't figured out exactly what the mechanics of this heart is. I don't think. So what happens is that the heart it sort of pulsates and it sort of grows again, and so you don't get the damage you thought you were going to get off on it. But what you do learn is that you see when it does this, all the other forms that the Jeffrey the giraffes below it sort of halt for a moment and sort of like almost devote their energy to this heart.
Huh.
You get the sense that it is almost invulnerable unless you defeat these other forms.
Okay.
So you don't get any physical damage off, but you get some
Knowledge,
good information.
Mm-hmm.
And is there just one Jeffrey the giraffe left, or is it?
There's a couple that are I would say one has been fully destroyed by your attacks. There was enough time that passed that I'm just going to go ahead and say that. But there's one that's barely standing and the one that's still lightly damaged, if that.
Got it. All right. Well, I'll swing for the one. So I only have one in clash. I'll swing at the one that is nearly gone. With my hand cannon situation.
Yep. Just as a reminder, these guys have basically a magic shield that you can attack them, but it will come at lesser damage if you don't have dispelling.
That's right. That's right. Who does have the spell?
Spelling, if you want me to go first.
Speak's got the spell. Yeah.
Speak's got
I could
the
also throw my secondary to someone if they want to use it better than I can.
Well, unfortunately, your secondary is conduit, which means it requires your light to use.
Right. Oh. Which
yes.
Would that burn him out because?
No. Specifically, conduit is one that happens on weapons. I believe what it means is that you have to channel your light to use it. I don't think that he can give it to other he can give it to other people.
So can I use that? So quick question for burnout. Will I get burnout on my last light or when I try to use a light that I don't have?
On your last.
On your last.
Okay. So, and conduit requires that I use a light for it.
Conduit means a variety, right? It depends on the situation. It's one of those downside tags. It can mean that it requires light to use it, but in my mind, it also means that it requires your light it's like your magic construction thing that you have to channel your own light into. Does that make sense?
So failing the roll before is what made it
chew through your light.
Okay.
But I also think it means that you can't just like pass it to people. You know what I mean?
Perfect. Okay. So I'd love to do a setup action then to try and dispel the shield.
Absolutely.
That's like regenerative force, and then people can just wail on these things.
Seeing as you have an area of effect weapon, it's a great effect.
Okay.
I think you're still recovering, so it's a risky position. You're still recovering from almost being, Icar-barrened.
Sounds good. Can I push myself with only one light left?
You would enter burnout immediately.
Do it.
You don't
do it for the drama. Do it for the drama.
I'm totally going to. I'm not going to even suffer the consequences of it until I take another action.
Yeah.
So I'm 100% marking that last light. And that'll be 2d6, right?
That'll be 2d6.
Okay. That's 2 twos. Love to see it.
Oh my god.
Oh man.
Can I assist here somehow?
I will say, one thing that happens is that with burnout, you get one more action that has increased effect and position,
Yeah.
and then you get a memory, which is it's part of the downtime stuff and part of
Sure.
stars. But if this was a longer game, that would mean more. But
Mhm.
essentially, it means that you immediately die.
Sure. Can I trade in this specific instance? Can I trade that to roll an extra d6 and burn
Absolutely,
out
I will give you
immediately?
that. I will give you
Okay.
that as a devil's bargain. Yeah.
Okay. It'll all ride on this one. If this isn't a success, it's gonna be very anticlimactic.
Yeah.
Oh, poor Speak.
Everybody channel
Even
can do
your
that.
energy.
need
Yeah.
is above a 3. All you need is above a 3.
Spirit
I'm
bomb.
channeling.
I believe in you.
Yeah.
I can do
My
it.
hands are up in the air.
If you
I'm
want to
channeling your
accept
energy.
help from this too, I will also allow you to accept help for one
I
extra
would
die.
I would love some help if anyone wants to give some.
I can help out.
Absolutely.
Or Featherlight can help out. I, Gumbo, will help out. I will ensure that there is no gree on this roll, and that it in fact goes well.
Manifesting good rolls.
Should I click? Click on the 2?
Click on the 2.
Yep.
That's a 6.
Hey!
You, the way you do this, like they just are broken. There's the one still standing, but the 2 that were already kind of weakened are this area of effect concussion blast that you use causes them to just disintegrate. But this one still standing is on its last legs, and there's a moment where you're like, that was super rad and super cool before you slowly turn to ash.
Put a little
And you
too much light
enter
into it.
a little bit too much light, and you entered burnout, and God, was it a bright star, you know? Yeah. So the rest of you are stuck with one Jeffrey the giraffe and one big heart. The heart has been stationary this whole time, other than the time it like reached out. What do you do?
So
Also, I should say, like, I feel like we're running low on time, but it's really important. Before you enter burnout, like, what is the last thing that you do? Is it that, like, do you have, like, last words?
I think it's not last words. I think that
I mean, you're going to be alive in a while,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
You come back.
Yeah, of course. So Featherlight's next to me, right?
yeah.
How
'Cause
big is
this
this
is kinda-
room? How big is this
How
room?
big is this room? I'm trying to, like, it's hard for me to describe sizes all the time.
Sure.
I think it's like, it's sort of like that first room that you came in from the pipe, but it's more circular in design. It's this, I would say probably, I'm so bad at sizes.
I
Like
can ask a
250.
question that can clarify if you want.
Sure, yeah.
Would the once forgotten fit in here?
Yes. It would
So
be tight. It would be, you couldn't drive it around in here, but you could fit it in here.
Okay. Well, if it's gonna be tight, then maybe I won't do that. Actually, no, I can because it can fly, so it'll be up at the ceiling.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
I just like snap and I look over to Featherlight and I turn to Ash, and then I think the tendrils just hang in front of y'all to maybe give you some potential cover if you want. And I whisper something, but it's a little bit too quiet to hear.
Oh yeah, drama.
Real Kingdom Hearts vibes here.
Let's see if we can speed run this heart, guys. How's that sound?
Yeah.
Okay, you got a Jeffrey the giraffe. Who's doing something about Jeffrey the giraffe?
I am going to shoot my hand cannon at the Jeffrey.
Hell yeah, go for it.
And I'm
It's been
myself.
dispelled. This is
Ninja.
standard effect, and
I am rolling 2d6 because I pushed myself.
yes. Don't forget to mark off your light for that.
Yeah, I did.
Just, it's unfortunate. You feel like almost like I got set up for that perfectly, but You whiff
well,
the shot.
and my friend, quote unquote, died for it.
Yeah, you just whiff the shot a little bit, and I think what happens is that this Jeffrey the giraffe does this sort of weird headbutt maneuver, like swinging the head around, just sort of like knocks the wind out of you. You're put in a very bad position.
I'm gonna
Yes?
come to cover, using my charge to lock the Jeffrey the giraffe down.
Okay.
And then I think it's just like those chains I had as my heavy weapon. Just instead of it being the light chains earlier, it's now these physical chains that are just like pinning it. And I'm seeing red after Speak Softly has just perished before my
Some real
eyes.
Prometheus bound to the mountain shit.
Yeah, I'm just wailing on it. I pull out my revolver and like fire off a couple of shots, and then close the distance and just start hitting it with my wrench. And I
Okay.
will also push myself. Or
Go ahead.
yeah, I'm just gonna change my. I'm gonna push
This
myself.
is absolutely a
Push myself.
clash. It's the most clashiest you can get.
Oh my lord!
What is with the? We should have rolled before the session. We should have rolled before the one shot.
Oh,
Shouldn't
that
that
was so
be-
bad.
Real quick, shouldn't that be 4 die? Or am I misremembering?
One.
Oh, no,
I
that's 3. That's 3. You have 2 class.
Okay.
yeah.
I got a thing.
Okay. Yes.
Jeffrey the giraffe.
I think
But I-
before you do, like you. Sorry, I just needed to do a consequence for this roll.
Yeah.
You sense that it is mocking you. That's the consequence. You sense that it gets a kick out of what you just tried to do.
This is
Jeffrey
mean.
Giraffe is contemptuous. Yeah. Anyways, what were you gonna say, Grace?
What was I going to say? I unleash enormous rounds of stellar power. So my skin and my dress all together form the image of a swirling galaxy that gets brighter and brighter until I am entirely bright yellow white. And I would like to use that power to slash Jeffrey the giraffe's head off of his
Now,
body.
seeing what just happened, would you like a celestial pact?
Yes. I'm
Okay.
already rolling 3, but I'll take it.
Yeah, I think it's best to play it safe, judging by what the rolls have been so far. Yeah, you can do this. This is easy. The problem will be getting out of here afterwards.
Sure. Whatever.
Yeah,
Rolling
you put yourself in a
46.
rush position. Yes, roll.
That's a 6.
Okay, good. Thank God. You do the thing you set out to do. So you basically burn this, you incinerate this thing right in the middle of it, sort of mocking. Oh man, I'm talking too fast. I can't. Names are slipping my mind. Right in the middle of it, basically. Yeah. Not Pelagy. Who was it that just attacked it with? Was it Dominion that just came at it? Yeah.
Yes.
Right in the middle of Dominion attacking it, and you just incinerate it. It disappears.
Oh yeah.
The heart kind of retracts and then sort of expands and then retracts as if like acknowledging what you've just done. You've left it open and exposed.
I would like to shoot my heavy weapon at it.
Right down the maw, like.
Yeah.
What is your heavy
weapon again?
It's called Temptation. It's a rocket launcher, except it shoots partisans.
Ooh, yeah. Oh, I remember reading. Yeah. It's these sort of sharp teeth that are launched out of partisan teeth that are launched out of this rocket launcher.
Yeah.
Sort of like a harpoon, but it's not technically a harpoon.
Yes, and one detail is that the rocket launcher is just longer than Featherlight is tall. Yes.
Does she have to like take the position where it's like kneeling on the ground with it on her shoulder?
100%. Yeah.
Yeah. All right, take the shot. Take the shot. This is great effect. You could absolutely, if you get a 6 here, probably shatter in one go.
I'm in a stupid position.
You are in a bad position. You are in a desperate position.
Gotta take the shot though.
Well, and what I meant was my my light is kind of low also.
Oh, I thought you got knocked out of the way by Jeffrey, right?
Yeah. Yeah. So all of that is true for sure. I'm
Mhm.
going to do what Speak did and push myself to get another die.
Damn.
Damn.
Entering burnout, and
Mhm.
and I'll do 2d6. So desperate great.
Yes.
Oh my god.
Boy.
Ugh.
Oh,
What
You
on earth?
I'm gonna give this to you the same way that I gave it to Speak.
Yeah,
You
yeah,
get
yeah.
one action before burnout to do something with increased effect and increased position.
So
This is
tell
like
me,
your last maneuver here.
can we say that the rocket just doesn't? It's like it's a dud, and it doesn't blow up, and the mon is
Yeah.
kind of caught in the teeth.
It's this very like dramatic moment where the music is
Yeah,
rising and it's like
yeah.
click, and it's like oh shit, and you have to like unjam it.
Can I make a suggestion?
Yeah.
Since
What's
it's
up?
not gonna, I think it's that it seems to me like the rocket just needs a little bit of extra force
That's
to explode.
that's
Hit
where
gun.
my head
Hit gun
is
hard.
too. Uh,
Yeah.
um, yeah, I think she like it doesn't go, and um instead of trying to mess with the rocket launcher itself, she just kind of like jumps in the maw with it in her hands, and uh oh, did someone roll?
No,
no,
just
sorry, I was
No.
typing.
yeah.
Keep
Oh,
going.
and like kind of like holds it against her chest and is just banging against the barrel of it. With
Go ahead and give me another roll with increased position, and it doesn't really get greater than great.
yeah,
But pretty much if you do this, you can shatter this heart in one.
Astounding and show stopping.
Astounding and show-stopping. Yeah.
yes. Okay.
Hopefully show stopping. We gotta stop the show.
Yeah,
Yeah, we gotta
we
stop
the
are
show.
very close. Yeah,
There we go.
there it is.
Hey,
There
yeah.
it is.
Yeah.
Jeez.
I think that the consequence of this is obviously that you turn to ash immediately. But you see the form you see the form of Featherlight sort of enter this taken heart, and it goes and it pops, and you can see that there's no Featherlight when this thing pops, but it's gone, and all the tendrils that are around the room start to retract and dry up. Um, and you feel like whatever infestation, you guys still don't know exactly what happened here, but whatever happened here, you get the sense that it's been dealt with for the time being. To figure out what happened here are for the professionals and the people who do clean up. You guys are not necessarily that. It's just the two of you now. We're gonna wrap it up here. So, what do you do to wrap this up to sort of clean up this mall before you get going? I assume you guys do something. You don't just head out.
Yeah, I think Pelagie checks on the people who had been gurified, whatever, and guides them to safety.
Yeah, you don't unfortunately have Speak Softly's chariot, the Not
Yeah.
Forgotten, but you.
I
I
summoned
mean,
it.
yeah, but
It
I
right
don't
before
think
I
that
died.
they can. I don't think that they can drive it. You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah, it is. It
Yeah,
is
it is
a
your
many
chariot.
forgotten.
It
Yeah,
can act as cover. It can't necessarily act as
that's
vehicle without
fair.
you.
I am collecting Featherlight and Speak Softly to bring them back home.
Yeah.
Heal them if I can. I don't know if I can.
Sure. In the
Mhm.
downtime, you can spend 2 prep to revive someone who's entered burnout. They come back with a memory. We don't have to deal with that. We're getting to 3 minutes until the next show. So, yeah, whatever you guys want to. I mean, I think that you're able to escort these people out. It takes some time, obviously, but they're not immediately hostile. And with the proper protective equipment, and you can figure it out. Um, yeah, you all hop in at the end. Way waves goodbye to you, and you head back to the
Mhm.
cluster. Um, and I think were this a longer game, we would go into that more, but unfortunately, the show has to end at some point.
Yeah.
So I think I should just say I've been Allie. You can find me at Muddy Hughes on Twitter. Do we want to go down and just say again and then say, yeah, we should probably actually mention at the top, donate to Black and Pink, please. That's what
We'll
we've
put it in
been.
the chat again.
Yeah. Exclamation point donate. Donate to
Yep.
Black and Pink. They're helping abolish the prison system and unfair imprisonment for LGBTQIA plus people. That's what this whole stream is about. We're getting pretty far up there in terms of donations.
Yeah.
and
We
hitting
climbed
our
almost
goal.
100 during
I
our
donated
stream.
during our
Yeah.
downtime.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We passed
I was,
the 800 on the first day, which is incredible.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was going to
Thank
say, everybody, you have a minute to donate so that we can beat the goal before the next game.
Let me
And
just
show them that
make
we
the
were the
winners.
dominant game.
Let me just read off some of the
Me-
donations we got in the middle there before we head off here, if that's
Yeah.
okay. Amanda and Eric donated $25. Thank you, Amanda and Eric Hajek. Jack donated $20. Everything. Yeah, Jack, thank you. Gumbo, hey, I know that name. Gumbo donated $50 and says Gumbo. So thank you, Gumbo.
Good.
Did we make it back in time for Oscar Wilder?
You do.
We're
No,
at-
but we-
You catch the back end of Oscar Wilder's concert.
Oh.
We
You
do
get
get the late night rerun of Oscar Wildest.
Yeah.
Okay.
So we
Oh
gotta
yeah.
go.
You
We have
scratch
to
off
leave.
your tickets after the show and realize that you've won backseat passes to the Oscar Wilder concert.
I appreciate everyone taking pretzels for me. I'm sorry you died as a result, but it was worth
we
your
have a
sacrifice.
nice revival and pretzel party, as you do. Okay. We
Yeah.
gotta go.
Very fun.
Okay,
All
bye.
right.
Bye,
It's
y'all.
been real, everyone.
I'm
Thank you for
lighting Twitch
joining
on
us.
Twitter. Hello. Bye.
Yes, quick,
Yep,
just
I'm-
quick.
Jack_Warshaw on Twitter. Great to see everyone here, and I hope you all have a great night.
At
Bye.
Gumbo Fumbo on Twitter. Bye, y'all. This was fun.
At Cedar Chromatic on Twitter, and I also had a great time.
All right. Catch y'all later. On to the next game.